Welcome to our Excel full course. Now, Excel is way more than just a spreadsheet. It's your power tool for transforming raw data into smart, actionable insights that drive better business decisions. Now, in 2025, mastering Excel is essential because data is lifeblood of every industry. So, in this course, we will take you on a journey starting from the basics and progressing all the way to advanced skills. You will learn to craft eye-catching reports, automate those tedious tasks, and create interactive dashboards that will impress anybody. But that's just the beginning. We will also dive into Power Query, use AI-powered Copilot to get smarter insights, and unlock 10 essential formulas that will boost your productivity through the roof. And it doesn't stop there. You will discover how to automate workflows with ChatGPT, manage databases like a seasoned pro, and understand the critical differences between data science and analytics. To top it all, we will give you a clear roadmap to help you get started on your journey as a data analyst. So let's dive in. Before we commence, if you want to supercharge your career in data analytics, you should definitely check out Simplilearn's professional certificate program in data analytics and generative AI by ENI City Academy, IT Guwahati, which is the perfect choice for you. Now, this 11-month live online course will offer interactive masterclasses by IT Guwahati faculty and industry experts combining cutting-edge tools like Gemini, ChatGPT, Python, Tableau, SQL. And you'll get to experience hands-on learning with real-world projects and immerse yourself in the campus environment with a special session at IT Guwahati. Plus, you'll earn an executive alumni status from IT Guwahati and IBM recognized certifications to stand out in the job market. Now, with practical training, career assistance, and a curriculum tailored to your today's industry needs, this program is your pathway to become a data analytics and AI expert. So, guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below.
Hi everyone, welcome to this tutorial on Microsoft Excel. So we will learn about functions and formulas, we will learn about conditional formatting, data validation, pivot chart and pivot table. Now let's look at a scenario here. So one day in a startup, one professional speaks that their business is growing and they would need an efficient way to work with the data. They would have to find a way to work faster with storing and analyzing data. Now, to that, another colleague responds, well, we can make use of Microsoft Excel to do this job. The question is, will Excel be able to cater to their business needs? Now, the colleague responds, well, we can make use of Excel in several ways, and it also is a cost efficient option. Now, in that case, the colleague who posed the question says, let's go ahead with Excel and let's train our employees in Excel. And the suggestion is welcomed, which would make the job easier for them. And they would basically decide on using Excel. So they decide on taking a training right away and basically starting to learn Excel. Now, before we move to Excel, one of the question is, why should we use Excel? So let's look at some of the points here. So Excel proves to be a great platform to perform various mathematical calculation on large data sets, which is one of the biggest requirements of various organizations these days. Various features in Excel like searching, sorting, filtering makes it easier for you to play with the data. And Excel also allows you to beautify your data and present it in the form of charts, tables, and data bars. Now, when it comes to reporting, accounting, and analysis can be performed with the help of Excel. It can help you with your task lists, your calendars, and goal planning worksheets. Excel also provides good security for your data. Excel files have the feature of password protection. This way, your information can be safe. Now, when we talk about what is Excel and how it can be used, so Excel, or you might have heard as spreadsheet, can be basically used for a lot of different tasks than just storing the information in so-called tabular format. Now, Microsoft Excel is an application that is used for recording, analyzing, and visualizing data. it is in the form of a spreadsheet. Let's have a look at few of the functions and formulas used in Excel. And before we do that, we can also quickly take a small tour to understand how to work with Excel. Now, to do that, what we can do is we can type in our search, say for example Excel, and just select your Excel app which is installed. And here you see you have a lot of options which says take a tour, drop down list, get started with formulas, make your pivot table, going forward with pie charts, and much more. So we can click on this one which says take a tour, and that basically pops up a window which says welcome to Excel. And if you have always wanted to be better at Excel, you have this which can help you. So let's click on create, and that takes us to the store window. Now that says instructions for screen readers, which basically talks about 10 different steps in which we can learn Excel and using the spreadsheet app. So there are more than 11 sheets which we see here at the bottom end, and each one gives us a simple example which we can work on. So for example, if I click on add, now that takes me to this page which says how do we add numbers. Now you might be provided data which we can upload by loading a file from our machine, or getting data from a web source, or even connecting to a database. So there are various options which we will see in some time. So here we have an option which is called data. You can click on this one, and this basically has options where you can use existing connections. If you have created some, you can always click on from other sources, and you can get your data from SQL Server, from analysis services, from OData data feed. You can get in from XML, from data connection wizard, or also from Microsoft Query. You can be running in different queries here, which shows up in the option which says new query. There are connections which you can use, and that basically will display all the connections for this particular workbook, which we do not have as of now, but we can create them. But let's look at simple examples. Now you can follow these instructions here, which says basically adding up the numbers, and that could be easily done by just placing your cursor here. And what you could do is either you can type in the formula, that is from which row to which row you would want to add the data. So for example, I could just do a sum here, and that shows up all the different functions which are available. Then we can open up a parenthesis, and we can say I would be interested in totaling the amount from column D, and I would select, for example, D4. So I could be doing this, and then I could say D4 onwards till D7. So that's the data which I'm interested in. You can close your parenthesis and hit enter, and that gives you the total. There is also a shortcut for this, which you can always do, is we can first delete this, and you can just place your cursor here and just use your alt and equals. That automatically selects the numericals, which we can anytime expand or basically collapse. So I will basically select this, which says this function needs two numbers, which is number 1 and number 2, and then you can hit on enter, and that gives you the total. So similarly, we can be getting in the data here by selecting all the fields. So here it also says that you can use a shortcut. Now what we can also do is we can add numbers over 50 by selecting the yellow cell here, and then giving a condition such as, so I can basically use something like sum if, and then open a parenthesis. I can select I would be interested in this row, and then I can even drag and drop till here. So that tells me D11 to D15. You can then put in a comma here, and you can give your condition. Say for example, we would say I would be interested in numbers only above 50, and we can select this. close your quotes, and then just close your parenthesis, and that's your formula. So you can do this, and that basically gives me the total is 100. Now similarly, we could do that for the amount here. I could select this. Now there is also an option, I can click on home and I can go for something like auto sum. So that's one more way of doing it, which anyway says sum is alt plus equals. So it automatically adds up your values, and I can try doing a auto sum that automatically selects my rows, and then I can get my total. Now, as per this activity here, it says try adding another sum if formula here, but add amounts that are less than 100, and the result should be 160. So what we can do is we can basically select all the numbers which are lesser than 100. So the way we did earlier here, there can be always a shortcut. So you can always, for example, if you would want to avoid typing in the formula, you can always copy it from here and then just hit on enter. So you are back into this cell, and then I can basically go here and paste the number, and then as per the requirement, we are required to select anything which is lesser than 100. So what I could do is I could select here, I could say, let's say G, and then I can change this value to G15, and that's one more way. Now we see our selected rows have been changed, so I can hit on enter and I can check what is the result. So we would be interested in looking for numbers which are lesser than 100, so I will have to also change this one to a lesser sign, and that basically gives me the total, which is 160. So that's how you can simply add numbers. You can use auto sum, you can type in the formula, you can select the fields, or you can just place your cursor where you would be looking for a sum, and then you can just do a alt equals, and that basically populates the sum. Now let's look at some easy options of filling your cells or automatically populating the values in your cells within your Excel sheet. Now here we have an option which says 100. Now we can click on this, and that basically says it is making a sum of column C4 to D4. So if I click on this one, I can check that this is row number 4, which shows up here, and I also know this is column C. I also have D, so this equals is basically giving me a sum of C4 to D4. Now what we can do is we can always place our cursor here at the right corner, and then we can just drag and drop, and this basically gives me a total of all the numbers for all different rows. So this is one shortcut which we can do to get the total. Excel will automatically give the totals, which we call as filling down. Now what we can do is, in the same way, if we would want to get the totals here, we can first check what is this 200, and this tells me it is C11 to C14 total. So it is totaling the rows from C11, so column C and 11th row, till 14th row, and that's the sum. Now what I can also do is I can similarly, like above, we can do a filling right, which basically means bringing your cursor here and then just dragging and dropping it all the way where you would need the totals, and this basically gives me the total. There is one more quick way to check if this is right. So the easiest option would be to select this cell. Now what I can also do is I can just select all of these fields by just highlighting and selecting all the fields. Once it is selected, press on Control R, and that gives you the total. Now if we would be doing this top down, then I could select all these rows for this particular column, and then I could do a Control D. So that's your filling down, and this one was filling right. So this is an easier option of doing a fill when you would want to have the formula applied to every row as it occurs in the first row or the last row. We could test this by, for example, selecting these fields. I could delete them, and I have here which says 130. I could just place my cursor here and I could drag it all the way up, and that should also do the same magic which we were seeing from top down. So this is a simple way wherein you can fill up your cells, and you can also automatically propagate or move your computation to all the cells. Let's look at the split option, which basically helps us in splitting the data when we have some kind of pattern or when we have some kind of delimiters in our data in, say, one particular column, and we would want to derive the values out of it. So we can always use the splitting option. Now the easiest option would be, so for example, we have our email column which has the email IDs, and which we can clearly see has a first name dot last name. Now I see that there is a last name Smith filled up here, first name is empty. So what I can also do is I can just type in, say, Nancy here. Now that's the first name. I can again start typing the second name, and as soon as you do that, you would see a faded list of numbers, and that's your clue to hit enter. And once you do that, you would see all the first names have been filled in here. If you would want to maintain the case sensitiveness, you can just go ahead and delete these, and let's type in as it occurs. So let's say Nancy as the first name, go down to the next cell and just type in Andy, and there is your grade list. So just hit on enter, and that basically fills up your first name. What we can also do is we can just select this particular field, and either we can type in Control E, which basically fills up all the options. Now I can just do a undo by typing in or clicking Control Z, and that's basically gone. What I can also do is I can select a particular field, and then I can go into home option, and under home you have an option here which says fill. So you can select this, and then you can do a flash fill, which is what we are doing here. So click on flash fill, and that automatically fills up the values. So in this way you can work within your spreadsheet, and you can be filling up the values where a delimiter by default is understood, and we can split the data. Now however, sometimes you might have some data which has a different kind of delimiter, and there is again a smarter way of splitting your data. So you can always scroll down here, and that says splitting a column based on delimiters. So we have some values in the data column, and these values in each row are separated by comma. So select this. Your data is already selected. Text to columns, delimited, comma is selected, and now click on next. So it basically says what is the destination. Let's select this one, and I can choose what would you want to have. So that shows me this would be my data preview. Now I can basically select this one. I can say finish and say okay. And now if you see, our data has been placed in the columns appropriately. So this is how you can split your data based on a delimiter and then organize your data in a better way. Now there are some advanced options which we can learn later, but this basically tells about using a formula. So this is something, if say if we have some name in one cell, and if you would want to split it into first name, your helper column, your middle name, last name, so that can also be done using formulas. And this basically tells how would you extract characters from your left cell and how would you place them in your right cell. So you can try this activity, which is a little more of advanced option. The benefit is that you can always use this, wherein if you do some kind of transformation using your formulas, if your original data gets updated, then the split data will also get updated. And that's the benefit of using formulas, where you can place values from one cell into multiple cells based on execution of your details in the formulas. How about using the transpose option? Now, you might have heard of situations where you would want to switch or turn your rows into columns and your columns into rows, and that's where transposing comes into picture. It might be useful when you have your data in your X and Y axis, or as I would say, in rows and columns, and you would want to switch your rows to become the columns and columns to become your rows. So what we can do is, the simplest way is, you can select all your values. So here we basically have 6 columns and I would say 2 rows. Now I can select all of these and then I can select an empty field. For example, the one which is highlighted here. Well, you can always do a Control Alt V. That's a shortcut. What you can also do is, once you have selected all your fields, you can just copy them. So just do a Control C and then click on an empty cell, and then what you can do is you can do a special paste or paste special. So under your home you have the paste option, and here you can go for paste special. And once you do that, you need to select the transpose option over here and click on OK. And now you will see that the columns and the rows have been transposed. So your row name was item and that has become the column heading. You had row name as amount and that has become the column heading, and all your values have been transposed in this particular format. Now there is another way of doing that, and again that's using your formulas. So what you can do is you can transpose with a formula also, and that basically works when you have similar kind of data. So this has 6 columns and basically 2 rows. So you can basically do this. So you can select this, and earlier we were doing a copy, but now what we would want to do is we would want to just look at the row numbers, which tells me it is C33, C34, and it starts with C and ends in with your H column. So what we can do is, we know that we have 6 columns and 2 rows. So transposing that would actually give me 2 columns and 6 rows. So what we can do is we can select 2 columns and 6 rows in our Excel sheet. I can then basically start typing in the message, or I can just go to the address bar, and here I can say transpose. Let's go for C33, H34. It basically selects my data, and now I can just do a Control Shift and enter, and now if you see, all the values have been populated. Now you can just place your cursor in one of the cells, but if you see the address bar, the formula remains the same. This is because this is an array formula. So we can read more about an array formula here. It's basically something which performs calculations on more than one cell in an array. And in the example here, the array is the original data, that is C33 to H34. So your transpose is just changing the horizontal orientation to the vertical orientation. So this is a very simple way in which you can basically use the Excel's capability to transpose your data and convert your rows into columns and columns into rows. Apart from working on additions, subtractions, filling up your data, sorting the data, or basically splitting your data, transposing your data, one of the other requirements is sorting and filtering your data. Now that can be very handy when you're working on huge data and you would want to sort it in a particular order, say ascending or descending, or might be based on a particular field, or if that field was, or if the cell was highlighted with a particular color, sorting the data. So let's look at how Excel can be used for sorting and filtering. Examples are pretty simple here. So let's check that. So if we're going to sort and filter and say this is the data I have, say for example, I would want to sort the values in the department column alphabetically. So what I can do is I can select department column, and I'm already in the home tab. I can straight away go here which says sort and filter. I can then say sort A to Z, and that's basically alphabetically sorting your department column. And once I do this, you would see the data has been sorted. But it's not just this data. We can just do a Control Z and check what are the values we have. So here we have meat, which is beef, and 90,000, 110,000, the values. Then you have bakery, which should ideally be the first row if we sort it in an alphabetical order, which goes with bakery as desserts. You have the values, so we can check this again. So select department and then just do a sort and filter, and let's say sort A to Z. And if you see, the data has changed, but it's not just in changing your first column, but then it has taken care of all the data. However, the data has been sorted based on the department column. So you have bakery, which aligns with desserts, which has the values, and now we have all the data which has been filtered. Now what we can also do is we can sort December's amounts from largest to smallest. So what we can do is we can basically click any cell in the December column, let's say 20,000, and then what I can do is I can go into sort filter, and then I can say sort largest to smallest. So if you see, bakery breads is the row which has the smallest data, or might be you have deli sandwiches, so that one looks also smaller. So let's do a larger to smallest. And if I do this, you would see the values have been shifted now. So it is no more based on the department column, because now the data is being sorted based on the values in the December column. And you see bakery, which was alphabetically the first one, has become second last. So either you can sort the data based on a department column, which goes based on the values. These are all string values or words, so it sorts alphabetically. If you have numbers, might be you can give some values and you can sort the data. You could anytime do a custom sort, and you could basically select if you would want to select the data. So I could do a custom sort, and then I could choose which is the column which we would want to use for sorting, what is the sorting needs to be done, is it cell values, is it cell color, font color, conditional formatting, and then you can also choose the order. So that's one more way to do that. Now, if you scroll down, that also shows how you can sort by date or a color. So for example, if you would want to sort based on the expense date, so there are different options. So what I can do is I can select this date field. I can just do a right click. I can go into sort, and then I can choose I would want to sort oldest to newest. So since I selected the date field, it basically has sorted all the data, and it has taken the expense date into consideration. Now there are these filters which you see on the row headings. We could have also used those. So I could have selected this, and that basically says or mentions which are the dates I would be interested in looking at. I also have sort by color here. I can do a sort oldest to newest or newest to oldest. So I could also use these filters which have been applied here. Now we have the data which is in color. So if I would want to basically select the color columns or color cells, I could select this. I can basically do a right click here, and when I go into sort, I could choose put selected color or cell color on the top, and that basically will make sure that my data is sorted, and it has also sorted that in a descending order. So in this way you can sort or basically filter your data. What we can also do is we can add filters. So sometimes we can go for formulas which we would want to use. What we can also do is we can basically select the filter which has been applied here. Now how does the filter come in there? So if I would select a particular row, I could select a particular row, and then I could decide if I would want to just add a filter to this one. And that's how the filter has come in. So we have the filter. What we can do is we can basically click on this drop down, and then you have something like number filters. So we can always go here. We can basically choose one of these. So we can basically choose above average. So I could select this, and then basically it shows me the values. We could also delete the filter by clicking on this one, and we could say, well, I'm not interested in this filter anymore. So I could clear the filter, and that shows me all the values. Or I could say that let's click on some other field, for example food. I can go in here, I can go into number filters, and then I could say, well, I'm interested in values which are below average, above average, might be greater than, and then I can choose what is the value. So for example, if we say I'm interested in food which is greater than $25, I could give a value here, I could say okay, and now I have applied the filter. Similarly, you can select this, and then you can just clear your filter and your data is back. So remember, no data is lost. It is just hidden, or basically based on the filter not shown. So that's good enough for us. And in this way, you can sort and filter the data. So for more details, obviously in all these sheets, you have the links which point to more information on the web, and you can always refer to these. So this is simple way in which you can sort and filter any amount of data which has been stored within your Excel within a particular sheet. Now that we have learned about add, fill, split, transpose, sorting, and filtering, it will also be good to learn how to work with tables, or basically converting your data into a tabular format and then doing some easy computations. So click on this tables option here. Now here we see there is some data which is in 5 columns and n number of rows. So I can basically select this data, and then what I can do is I can insert, choose the table option, and then it says my table has headers, and we'll be okay with that. I'll say okay, and now if you see, this is the table created. It basically has different filters which we have learned earlier how to use, and this is basically my table, which is a collection of cells which has some special features. So we can easily add rows to this table, we can add columns to this table, and we can even do some calculations. So for example, here I can click on this one, I can basically enter some field, and then I can hit on enter, and we see that this row has been inserted, wherein we can easily fill in values. For example, I would say chocolates. I could give some value here, size 25,000, might be 35,000, and then basically I can give in some values here. Now what you can also do is you can continue adding rows in this way, and say for example you would want more columns, so you can select this option here in the top bottom right corner. You can just drag it towards the right, and that basically has automatically created columns for my next months wherein I can feed in the data. So this is a simpler way wherein you can keep adding more rows and columns to your data if that has been converted in a tabular format. Now let me just do a Control Z, that basically deletes the columns. Again, Control Z deletes the last row which we added, and I can stop here, or I can even remove my values by doing multiple Control Z and removing my rows. So this is how I converted my data into a table, and then I can easily work on this. What I can also do is I can do some calculations. So what we can do, we have a table here, we have a total field, and what we can do is we can just select one cell here. Now as we have learned earlier, we can do a alt and then equals, and that basically says what is this doing. So it says it is calculating the sum of the last 3 months, and if that's what you would want to do, just hit on enter, and it has automatically calculated the totals for all your rows for these 3 columns. So the sum formula is getting filled up. Now I can select any particular cell and I can look in my address bar. So it has already given me the formula where it has started calculating the sum from the October column till the December column and has given me the calculated values of the columns. What we can also do is we can get total rows in the table. Now that's a simpler option. So what we can do is we can select any cell in this particular table, and then we see that there is a table tools design option showing up here. Now I can select this, and then it says, well, let's get a total row. So let's select this, and it automatically populates the total here. And if you would want the average, then we could select this, and from the drop down I can select what I'm interested in. So for example, I would want the average values and not the total. I could just select this, and that gives me the average of these values. So we can always do simpler computations here by converting our data into table format. Let's learn about one more efficient way of working with the data, and that's using your drop downs. So let's see how drop downs work here. Now, say for example, you have this data which has the values in the food column and department is empty. And say for example, you would want to enter the values in department. However, you would want to select the department should either have produce or meat and bakery. And these are the only three options which should be available for any user to fill in the values. How do we do that? So we can basically create a table by pressing Control D. So what I can do is under my department here, I can select one of the cells, and then I can do a Control T that basically converts this into a table. I can say OK, and my table is created. Now what I can do is once this part is done, we can select all the blank fields here where we would want this drop down to be applicable. Now under your data tab, you can go in and select data validation, and this has an option called data validation. Click on this, which basically says allow any value. So here I will select I would want to give a list of values, and then I can type in my values here, which I can say produce, say for example meat, and then say bakery. Now these are the values, so we can click on OK. And once we have done that, we basically have a drop down here next to apples, which will only show us the values which we can feed in under the department column. So I can go into every cell, and then I can basically choose what is the department which handles this, and then basically I can select one of these from the drop down. So this is an easier option of creating your drop down and then feeding in the values from the set of values which you have defined here on the right. So this is a simple example of using your drop downs, working with your tables, working with your sort and filter, transpose, split, filling up your data, adding in some data here. And similarly, you can use Excel for more than one use case using its inbuilt features to easily work with your data. Let's see how we can import data or bring in data into our Excel from your local machine or from an external web source. So what we can do is we can open up a blank Excel sheet and say, for example, you have been provided a text file or a CSV file and you would want to import that data into your Excel sheet. That can be easily done. So right now I've opened an Excel sheet. Now I can click on data, and here I have an option which says existing connections from other data sources. So, or you can click on connections if you have already created some. So we can click on from other sources. So this is one option where you can connect to your different data sources and you can get the data from one of these. What we can also do is I can click on connections. Now it says there is none. I can click on add. It says, well, show the connections where connection files on network, connection files on this computer. So I can say, let's get some files from this computer. Now, if that does not show up something, so say browse for more, and that basically shows you different options. So let's basically select a folder where I have some data sets. I'll click in here, and this is basically a folder where I have some data sets. Now let me select this particular file, and I know it is a CSV file. So let's click on open. Now if you would want to verify this, you could have gone and looked into the properties of the file, and it says it is a .csv file, which is what we are interested in. So I'll take this file, I'll say open. Now this basically shows me the text import wizard option, which says is the file delimited. I'll say yes, click on next. So I will select comma as my delimiter. I can say text qualifier is none. Now this is my data. So my data preview is already showing me the data is what is the data in the CSV file. You can click on next, and then you have an option which says data format is general. You can go for date format, you can go for advanced options. So I'll just say finish, and basically now this has been created here. So we basically have this, and now I can click on close. Now once you have done that, you can click on existing connections. It shows me the data which we have here, the connection which we have created, say open, and then it says, do you want to import this data or bring this data into existing worksheet? You can also say add this to a data model if you're doing some data modeling. So click on OK. And now this data is automatically inserted in my Excel file. I can basically save it into this particular sheet. Now what we can also do is we can also start a new sheet, and that does not have a data, and we can get some other data from web. So what I can do is I can go into my GitHub, and let's say I would be interested in this CSV file. So I can select this, and this is my GitHub path, a path on web. So I can click on raw, and that basically gives me the raw path where this particular file is. Now you can select this, copy this particular path, and here you can come back to your Excel sheet. We would be interested in getting the data from web, might be from a text file where we will have to specify the delimiters, or let's go to web, and here I can give in the web path from where I would be interested in getting the file. Let's give the GitHub path, which is publicly available, and then click on import. Now once you click on import, it tells me there are two fields, data and value. These are within double quotes, separated by comma. So first let's click on import. Now once we do this, it will basically get the data from web and put in here. It says existing worksheet, so we had already created a new worksheet. So let's click on OK, and now you have the data coming in, but then this basically shows me in one particular field. So what we can also do is we can just do a Control A, that selects all my columns here, and that's my data. So we can then basically filter this out. So we can say text to columns. It's a delimited file. Click on next. We can select comma and let the text qualifier be quotes. It shows me data preview. Click on next. So you have the general format. It shows the destination, that's the column. Click on finish, and now your data has been split, and you have the data which you have imported from web. So this is the data which is coming in from web. This is the data which came in from my local machine. And similarly, we can even create connection with an existing database. So I can basically click on connections if I would want to do that. So I have an option called connection here, and it says where the selected connections are used. I can basically click on add. I can basically choose if I would want to get the files from network or from computer like we did earlier. I can click on browse for more, which should show me different other options to create connections. Say you would want to create a new SQL server connection. You can connect to a new data source coming in from different place. You could basically choose what kind of connection would you want. So these are all the different options which we can go for. And we can basically connect to a database. For example, if I have some database and say for example Access database, I can see if there are some files with that particular database and I can import it. So similarly, we can also click in here which says new query, and that also gives you an option of getting the data from your files, from all these folders, from databases. So you can basically click here and then you can import data from a MySQL database, provided that is set up on your local machine or on a particular server. You can go from cloud, you can get it from online services, you can get it from other sources, which says from web, from your Hadoop file system, from Active Directory, from a blank query, and you can even combine queries wherein you can run a Power Query editor. You can get the data from different sources and then you can bring it into your Excel. So in this way, you can get your data from different sources into your Excel, into your spreadsheet, and then you can continue working on those data sets. We have already learned some basic operations which you can do in Excel, and let's implement our knowledge by working on this particular data which is coming in from housing data set. Now here, if we see some fields, we have agent, date listed, area, list price, and this is basically the data which has been sorted in newest to oldest order of date listed. So how do we arrive at this? So what I can do is I can just click on data listed, and then I can either go in here, I can select sort, I can get into custom sort, and then I can choose the column based on which I would want to sort the data. So I would look for the newest data to the oldest data. That means that would be in a descending order of dates, or you could say the oldest date or the earliest month will be towards the lower side of your sheet. So here we can select date listed. Now I can say let it sort based on cell values and the order what we have here. So we have newest to oldest. So let's select this. I can say okay, and now if you see, the date has been sorted. So we have your 10/18/2007 on the top, so that seems to be the latest date. And as we go down, we will see an earlier month or an earlier month than that in this date listed. So we have sorted our data into newest to oldest order, and that's based on your date column. So the result shows up here. Now what we can also do is we can have different questions which we would want to answer. So for example, I would want to sort the data in ascending order of area and descending order of agent name. How do we do that? So let's look into this. So this is here. I already have the result here. And how did I get this? So I'm looking for ascending order of area and descending order of agent name. So we can start with any particular column, that does not matter. So for example, if I look into this Excel sheet, I have my agent name, select this, which we want in a descending order. So we could either do a sort and then go for descending sort Z to A. We could also use the filter option here on the top right and we could do it, or I could just say sort Z to A, and then it has arranged the data based on the agent column being in descending order. Now I can go into area and then I can again do a sort, and I wanted my area column to be used for sorting the data in ascending to descending. And that basically not only changes the order of this particular column but for my complete data. So let's do that. And now if you see, we have the data which has been sorted. So we can see how many values we have here and the area values which we see, and this is how you get your result. So I'll just do a Control Z and again, and I'm back to my original data, and this is the sorted result which we are seeing at. Similarly, we can answer other questions. For example, sort the data according to the following order of area. That is, we are saying county, central, and then your county. So we can basically choose in which particular way we would want to do it. So it is county, central, and then again county. So if I look into my sheet 3, so here I basically have my data which is having some South County, then you have your central, and then you have your North County. So we would want to sort the data to solve our problem, which is according to the following order. So first we go for area, then we go for South County, Central, and North County. So what we can do is we can basically have area field selected, and I would want to sort this particular data. So I have South County, Central, and North County. So I can basically go for custom sort, and then I can choose which is the value or column which I'm interested in. Let's go for area. We will go for something like cell values. Well, you can also try to explore conditional formatting icon if this is what you would want to use, or we can basically go for just cell values. And here we can say if I would be interested in first getting my values for South County. So for example, I can say custom list, and then I can basically give in the new list here. So I can say S dot county, and then I would want central, and then I would want North County. So let's select this as it exists. We can basically say add, and that's basically the order which we want. Say OK, and then say OK here. And now what we would want is we would want our data, so we can compare that with the values which we see here. It starts with Kelly. You have in the 12th row something like Lang, and that's what we are doing. So we can basically arrange the data in a particular order by choosing a custom list and then sorting your data. So that's one more simpler task what we have done, where we have sorted the data in the order where under our area column, we first wanted South County, then we wanted central data, and then we wanted North County. So this is how you can do it. Now, let's look into one more problem. So it says find all the houses in the central area, and we would want to basically apply a regular filter. Let's see how do we do that. So we can click on this, and here we have the data. So the problem statement is we would want to find all the houses in central area. Now how do we do that? We can do a sorting, but we would want to use the filter which you see here is implemented. So how do you do it? So you can select this area, and say for example I would want to apply filter. I can just go in here and I can say let's get a filter on my first row, and now I have filters applied. So we are interested in looking into the central area houses. Let's go in here. It says all these fields are selected. That means it shows everything wherein your area has all these values. Let's unselect this, and then I will only be interested in the central. So let's say OK, and then say OK. So now you see that the area filter has been applied, and we are looking at the central column. So what we have done is we have applied a simple filter, and we are looking at our data. At any point of time, if you do not want the filter, then what I can do is I can select this, and I can say, well, I'm interested in all the data. So I could do this, or you can clear the filters from area and you get your data back. So that's in one way you can filter out your data. So let's look at an example of sort and filter where we might have to filter the data based on two columns or multiple columns with different kind of values, where it could be and or condition. Now say for example, this is the data I have and this is the question which we need to answer, such as find the list of all houses in the central region with pool and South County without pool. Now, if it was a simple filter based on one cell, I could have just selected my header row. I could have then applied the filter, and once I have the filter, I can look in area where I have three regions. So I'm only interested in Central and South County. So I can get rid of North County, and that's fine. But then we have two different conditions here. So we need the data in Central region to have the value for pool being true, and for South County the value has to be without pool. Now how do we do that? So what we can do is we can first create a copy of these headers here. So let me do that. Now the area has to be South County. So basically I can either just select this and I can choose this value, and then I can select this and then I can choose central. So that's the criteria which I have, and the pool value has to be, so central region should be with pool. So then this one basically has to be true, and this one has to be basically false. So South County is without pool. So let's select one of the values here, and this is my criteria. Now to get my result, we can always place your cursor here and you can check this is M column and 8th row. Okay, so we would want the result here. So let's go ahead and now click on data, and then in filter you have an option called advanced, and here what I can do is I can say I would want to filter the list in the place, but that's not what I would want to do. So I'll say copy to another location, and here if you see the list range will tell me that this is the data. So A1 to J126, so A to J column selected and all the rows. Criteria range is basically based on what I've given here. So that is M from 1 to V, which is 3. So I'm selecting these columns and then I'm saying all the way whatever criteria I've given, and copy to, I'm saying M8 to V8. So that basically will give me my filtered result. So you could basically just say okay, and now I have my data which has been filtered, and I have my area which is South County, that is without pool, Central with pool, again South County without pool, and then if you look at your central value, that's pool. So this is an advanced filter which we have applied, where simply we have filtered the data based on two columns and then we have our result. So in this way you can have your customized filter applied on two different columns and get your data, which can be either replacing the existing content, or in the same sheet in different set of columns and rows you can have your result. Let's look at one more example of filtering where you are trying to filter the data based on an and condition being met in two different columns, and then you would want to filter out the data for only specific columns. So the situation is the agents with a house in North County, that should be county, area having two and a single type family. So we are talking about 2 bedrooms, and we would basically have a single type family. And here the criteria is that we would want to only populate these columns, which is agent, area, bedroom, and type. Now what you can do is, as I explained earlier, that you can get your result in the same sheet in a different location. So here I have created these headers which says agent, area, bedrooms, and type. Now this is basically a copy of all the columns what we have here: agent, data listed, area, list price, bedrooms, bath, square feet, and so on. So you can basically create a copy of the headers here, and this is where we will give our advanced criteria to filter the data. So the conditions which need to be met is we need to look at North County. So for example, here in area, I can basically go ahead and select one of the values, North County. Now the criteria is having 2 bedrooms only. So let's say bedrooms, and let's say the value should be 2. And then basically I'm saying a single type family. So when you would want the single type family, so here under type, I can give the criteria single type. So this is my AND condition. So we are saying North County area having 2 bedrooms and the type is single family. Now this is the criteria, which basically means if I select this one tells me that this is M1 row onwards till V2. So this is what we have, and we would want to filter based on this. So let's go ahead and then go for data filter advanced. And here in advanced, it says filter the list in place. Now that's not what we would want to do. So I'll say copy to another location. This basically selects the list range. So which is telling me A1 to J126. So that's the columns and rows selected. Criteria range is based on M1, V2, which we have given here. And copy to, I would say, for example, from M7 to P7. Now this is the area where this is the place where I want the result. Let's say OK. And now I get my data, which is based on the question which has been asked, that you would want the agents with a house in North County area having 2 bedrooms and single type family. So in this way, you can basically do advanced filtering, get your data and get it stored in the sheet anywhere at a different location. Well, I could have also done filtering in place, and that would have replaced the data which we have, but that's not what we want. We would want the filtered result in a different place. So this is how you can do some advanced filtering. We can also use Excel to filter out the data in one particular column, which might be conditional or say using some numerical filters. Now here, say for example, the problem statement is that you would want to display all the houses whose list price is between 45,000 to 600,000. Or say for example, we would want to filter out the data to something else. Say for example, let's say I would want to filter out the data between 300,000 and 400,000. So we can basically update this. Say for example, I'm saying I'm interested in 300,000 to 400,000, and that's the criteria to filter out the data. Now there are 2 different ways, or there are 2 easier ways to do it. One is I would want to look at the list price. So I can select this, I can go ahead and do a filter here, and in the list price, now this is where we would want to do the filtering. So it's pretty easy. You can click on this one and then you can go into number filters and you can choose between. Now that's one easier way of doing it. So I could basically select this. I could say I'm looking for value which is greater than or equal to 300,000 and then is less than or equal to 400,000. So if I just do this, I have applied my filter and I have my data which is filtered based on my criteria, right? So that's one easier way of doing it. Or let me do a Control Z. Now let the filter be there, which you can anyways use. But what we can also do is, as we have seen earlier methods, so get a set or get your column headers here, and then you are giving two columns here. Now the only difference between this set of columns, which I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have 7 and 10 columns, and if you see here we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right? So whenever you want a AND condition, you will basically add the columns where I can give add condition if it is the same column. If it was a different column, then it would be same number of columns, but AND conditions will lie in the same line and OR condition would lie in a different line. Now here I can give this value, so I am looking for listed price being between 300,000, so I am saying it should be greater than or equal to 300,000, and then I can say less than or equal to 400,000. Now that's my criteria, and then I need my result here, which is in M7. So what I can do is, once I've given my criteria which I'll be using to filter, I can get into data, I can get into advanced, and then I can say copy to another location. So it is selecting my A1 to J126. Criteria range is based on M1 to W2, and then I would want my result from this particular column. So let's say OK, and now you have your data filtered out in a different location in the sheet, which has been filtered based on your AND condition. So you can filter out the data in this way, or you could just apply a filter on a column and give the conditions. Now let's solve one more interesting problem. And here we would want to use Excel, where we would have an and an or condition. So say for example, this is the data given to you, and the question is that you would want to find all the houses in North County. Again, that's a spelling mistake, but then they are North County area with a list price greater than 300,000 and having 3 or 4 bedrooms. So the bedroom has conditional, so it has or 3 and 4, and then basically you have list price which is greater than 300,000. Now I could have obviously selected the columns and then basically gone for a filter. So I can just do a filtering here, and then I'm looking for list price being greater than 300,000, so which we can always give a number filter, and I can say greater than, and then I can say greater than or equal. So I can say greater than, and then I can give 3,000, 30, 300,000, and that's basically the filter which we would want. And here I would want to select the bedrooms, which should be just either 3 or 4. So if for example here I go in here and I unselect this and then I say 3 and 4, right? So I am getting my data which is greater than 300,000, and it should have the bedroom values which will be either 3 or 4 selected. Now that's one way of doing it. Let's do a Control Z and get it back to as we were, or you can even just say clear filter, so you get your data back as it was. So what we can do is we can here give the criteria. So for example, I have my list price. Now this is what I would want as a condition. So let's say greater than 300,000, and bedrooms should be 3. And then I can say greater than 300,000, and then I can say 4. So this one basically gives me a situation where your list price has to be greater than 300,000 and bedroom should be either 3 or 4. So we have given our filtering criteria. Now to get the result, what we can do is we can go into data, we can go into advanced, and we can say copy to another location. So our list range is selected, which is columns A to J, row number 1 to 126. Your criteria range is given in M1 to V3, where we have specified, and we are saying the result would be in 7 to V7. So if I do this, now I have got the same data which we were seeing earlier, and here the bedroom values are 3 or 4, and basically the list price is greater than 300,000. So this is a simpler way in which you can create your filters. And all this advanced filtering, what we are seeing, it will be saved with your sheet. You can always go back and change this value, or you could do filtering where one person has to look into the filter to see what values have been selected. Now that we have looked into some operations which we can perform in Excel using filter or sorting the data, creating your tables, let's also quickly look at functions and formulas which can be used for doing some easy calculations or computations. Now, Excel can be used in different kind of data analysis. So for example, you have different inbuilt functions which can be used, and we can always check for a particular function. So for example, if I wanted to look at a particular function, I could just type in here something, for example is, and then it shows me all the possible functions, and you can always have a look at the detail of the function. For example, you have is even, which will return true if the number is even. If we would say is logical, so I could search for is logical, and that tells me whether a value is logical value, true or false, and returns your value true and false. Now we can obviously say subtotal, so you can search for any of these useful functions, and that tells me what this function can be used for. So returns a subtotal in a list or a database. You have many other such functions such as integer, sum, average. You may be interested in working on truncating some data, getting the absolute value, getting the square root, basically getting a count or getting a max value. You can look for any particular functions within your Excel sheet. Now you also have other functions such as now or time. For example, let's look at now function. So I can search for now, and here it is. So this is returns the current date and time formatted as a date and time. So this is the function which we would want to use, and if I just give the function, it tells me what is the current time. Let's first look at the description of time here. So say for example, I would want time. It says converts hours, minutes and seconds given as numbers to an Excel serial number formatted with a time format. So for example, if I would say 2 hours and then 30 minutes and 30 seconds, and if I do this, it has basically converted this into your time format. So you can always use different inbuilt functions for your work. Now we will also look at some advanced functions like SUMIF or SUMIFs. You have COUNTIF and COUNTIFs, and you can be working on various functionalities of Excel to easily help you in doing some calculations, computations, working with your data, working with your different cell values. So let's look at some example of using functions like sum or SUMIF. So for that, let's go to this sheet, and here we have some data. Now I have already applied a filter which can allow me to filter out the data. So it says find the total units that were sold in the East region. Now we know that in region we have East, and I have multiple regions. I could basically be saying unselect all and select only East and say OK, and that basically gives me the units which were sold. And if I placed my cursor here, and then if I did a auto sum, so it would basically give me the function which is being used, so something like subtotal, and it is basically working on your rows which is E2 to E44. And here we can just do this. So that gives me the total. But this is fine. You could do that, but it would be good if we know how do we use a function like SUMIF to do that. So here I'm seeing this is the subtotal where I'm looking at the values, and basically what I have done is I have filtered out the region, and then basically I'm getting a count. But this does not give me clearly how a sum was calculated from all the values which were listed. What we can also do is let's do a Control Z and let's get it back. So now we have our data, and we would want to get the total units that were sold in the East region. So what I can do is I can start typing in my formula, and for that I'll use an inbuilt function. So for example, I would be interested in going for SUMIF. Now it says SUMIF adds the cells specified by a given condition or criteria. When you talk about SUMIFs, this is when you could give set of conditions or multiple criteria. So let's look at SUMIF. Let's do this. Now obviously this gives me an error because the formula is not right. So we have to basically come in here, and let's start with sum if. Now when I say sum if, it shows me there is a function with sum if which we would want to use. And here, once I open up the bracket, it tells me, okay, what is the range of data which you are interested in. So I'm interested in all the units that were sold in the East region. So we are interested in the region which is here. So I can basically be selecting this, and this tells me you are interested in the data here. So let's not take the header value. So let's say B2, and then we can go all the way to the end. So we can basically select this way. That's the data we have. Select this and hit enter. So now here it has selected B2 to B4, but we need to basically now give the criteria. So the criteria is either a value, or you can point it to a cell which has that particular value. So as per our problem statement, we are looking for the units which are sold in East region. So I can select the value East here, and then my SUMIF needs the range on which you want to calculate a sum. So let's select this, and now we are interested in finding out the sum of units. So that's basically this column, E column. So I can basically type in instead of selecting. So I can say E, and I'm interested in E2 to E44. So that basically selects the area or all the values. And now let's do this. So that basically gives me the sum is 691. Right now, this is the criteria where I have pointed it to a cell, and whatever value that cell has. Well, I could have done something like this. So I could have selected East, giving the value, and then doing it. It still does the same thing, and in this way you have more clarity that you are using SUMIF. You are filtering the data, so you have given the rows, you are given the criteria, and then you have given the range on which you would want to sum up the values. Now similarly, if the question was what was the total revenue generated from binder, now we would want to find out what is the total revenue generated from binders. That means my filtering criteria will be binder, and then I want to find out the total revenue generated. So we have the revenue generated field also here, and we don't have any region to be filtered. We are just looking for binder. So let's again start doing the same thing. So we can go for sum if. We can open the bracket. Now it needs the range. So we are interested in revenue generated. Now that's the summation we want, and we would want to get the range of data. So here we can basically select D2 to D44, So that's the data selected. Now I would want to give the filtering criteria. So let's say binder, and then we need to give the range on which the sum needs to be calculated. So that's my revenue column. So that's G. So I can say G2 to G44, and that basically selects the column, and then you get your sum. So it tells me what is the total revenue generated from binder. Now, I could be doing this for other things also. So say for example, if you would want to filter out something else, you could basically just drag and drop here, and then I could come here and change this to, say, instead of binder, I would be interested in, say, pencil, if that's the criteria you are interested in. Remember to change this so that you take all the values, and here we will change it to select the relevant rows, and then this is the data I'm getting. So I know that this is the revenue generated from pencil. This is the revenue generated from binder. Now this is a simple use case where we are using some if. What if we would want to use some ifs? So some ifs, let's have a look at how we get to some ifs. So some ifs is where you would want to work on doing some calculation, but then you would want multiple criteria to be met. So let's see how we get this. So here what I can do is, let's work on this problem statement which says what is the total revenue generated from central region where the item is a pencil. So that's something which I would want to check. Now, when we are answering this question, we can also look at the order in which things have been asked in the question. So it says, what is the total revenue generated from central region? So we need the total revenue generated. We know there is a revenue column. We are interested in getting the total revenue generated. We are saying the filtering criteria is central region, and we say in that we would be interested only in the item if it is pencil. How do I do it? So I can use some ifs where you can pass in multiple criteria. So let's start with some ifs, and when I start with some ifs, let's open up the bracket. So it says sum range, it says criteria range, then it gives one criteria, and you can give in any number of criterias. So for example, we are interested in total revenue generated. Now that's my G column. So let's follow in the same order. So let's say G2. So that's my first value. And then I know there are 44 rows here. So I can say G44. And you can obviously check if that has selected all the rows. Now that's my total revenue generated. So I would want the total revenue generated. So I'm saying setting this sum range. Then I need to give the criteria range. So it says from central region. So central region comes into column 2, that's B. So let's say B2 to B44. So that's my criteria range. Then you have to give your criteria, but we need to filter out the region being central. So let's select this. Now either I could point to a value in the cell, or I can just give the exact value here. We can also give a wildcard or matching pattern, so that also works. Now this one is fine. We are now also interested in finding the total revenue generated when the region is central and the item is pencil. How do we do that? So for item, we know the column is D2. So let's select D2 to D44. So that basically selects all the rows in the D column, and we need to give the filtering criteria. So let's do a comma and then just given our value. So let's say pencil, and then let's close your bracket. and that basically gives you the result. So we need to just follow the order of our question, which says what is the total revenue generated. So we are looking at the revenue column, we are selecting all the rows. Then it says from the central region, so we need to select the region column and give the filtering criteria as central, or point to a cell which contains that value. And then it says we would be interested only in item being pencil. So then you select the column which has all the items and provide your filtering criteria, that is pencil. So that's your easy calculation of using sum if, which we compare with sum if here. So sum if here was just having your criteria. So basically you are selecting your rows, giving your filtering criteria, and then your sum range. In sum ifs, we are giving multiple condition. Now same thing can be done here. It says how many units were sold by sales representative Jones, where the cost of each item was greater than 4. So how many units were sold by sales representative? So when we talk about how many units, that's your E column. So let's start with that. So let's say sum ifs. I would be interested in E column. And let's give the range. So it says sum range. So those are the number of units on which we would want to find the sum. Then it says you need to give the criteria range. So we say sales representative, where the name is Jones. So sales representative is in sales rep column C. So let's say C2 to C44. Now then we need to give our filtering criteria. So let's say Jones is the sales representative where we are interested, about whom we are interested in. And then the question says where the cost of each item. So cost of each item is what we are interested in. You have unit cost. So that's what we are interested in. So that would be F, and then say F2 to F44. And then you need to give your cost. So it says where each item is greater than 4. So let's select this and let's do this. So this tells me 301. Now, similarly, let's answer our third question, which says how many units did Jones sell excluding pencil item? So we would want to find out what was the total number of units that were sold, and that units or that should not include the pencil item. How do we start doing this? So let's start with sum ifs. Now we know that you start with sum ifs, you need to give the sum range. So we are interested in the number of units. So let's basically go in and select our number of units which were sold. So that's your column E. So I can say E2 to E44. That's where I would want to perform the sum. Now I'm saying how many units that were sold, where we are talking about sales rep being Jones. So let's select the columns C and then give the range. After that, we need to give our filtering criteria, which is Jones, and then we are interested in the items, but excluding pencil. So items is in column D. So let's say D to D44, and then we have to give our criteria. So we can say, well, that should exclude pencil. So I can basically say pencil, and let's close this and let's check. So that's my formula, which says that these are the number of units which the sales representative, whose name is Jones, had sold, and that does not include pencil as an item. Let's also look at an example of using COUNTIF or COUNTIFs. Now, both of these can be very useful when you would want to calculate certain values. So, for example, if I would want to work on COUNTIF, let's try solving this problem. Now, remember, you can answer these questions using filters, and that can be an easier way. But then sometimes you may want to get the formulas so that you can make your spreadsheet and your calculation more dynamic in nature, and that will basically depend on the values in the columns or rows. So for example, if I have find the total number of times Gil has made a sale. Now if I look at my data here, it tells me that for every sales representative there is some value in the sale, and it says sales has greater than 3. So for example, Jones, you have sales greater than 3, or you have Jardine, which is sales greater than 3, and so on. So what we are interested in is doing a quick count and finding out the total number of times Gil has made a sale. How do we do that? So we can use this COUNTIF function, and if I go into COUNTIF, it says counts the number of cells within a range that meet the given condition. Now what's our condition? Our condition is Gil, and we would want to find out how many times the name say Gil appears or Gil has made a sale. Now I could just say COUNTIF and then open up a bracket. I need to give a range. So let's say we are interested in looking at the range. So let's say we will choose sales rep. So I can say C, and then I can say C2 to C44. Now that's my range. Let's not give that in quotes. So you have to give a range. So let's do a COUNTIF that selects the data, and then we need to give the condition. So for example, let's here give the name, which is Gil, and then close this. So that basically tells me it is 5 times Gil appears here. We can check this. So I can go in here, I can add a filter, and then might be I would be interested in looking at only Gil, and that basically gives me 5, right? So we can always do that, and we can be using formulas like this. Now what about this question? So which basically says which sales representative made a sale more than 3 times. Now it might be looking little confusing when I say, for example, let me clear out this filter. Now we have sales greater than 3, and we would want to find out which sales representative made a sale more than 3 times. Now I could basically check for every sales representative here if they have made a sale more than 3 times, and what I can do is I can just say equals, I can start with COUNTIF, then I need my filtering criteria. So that's your range. So first thing is we will choose, for example, let's choose C2 to C44, and then we need to give an criteria. What is the criteria? We need basically a sales representative. So I can choose the value here in C2, and then I can close this, and then I can say the sale has to be greater than 3, and let's check. So it tells me the Boolean value that yes, this guy has made sales more than 3 times. And what we can do is we can just drag and drop, which basically gives me the value for other sales rep. You can always check the value is automatically changing to this value in cell. And for example, let's go in here. So this is obviously 2, so it says me false, right? And you can basically get the values for all your values. So that basically tells me which sales representative has made a sale more than 3 times. Now, like some ifs, we also have count ifs where you can give multiple criterias. So for example, the question is how many orders were placed from the East region after this particular date. So we have a date criteria, we also have the region criteria, and we need to basically get the count of number of orders which were placed. Now I can in this case use count ifs, and this basically says that you can start with a criteria. So it says how many orders were placed from east region after particular date. So date is in my first column. So for example, I could say A, start with 2, and say for example, let's go A44. That should have selected all the rows. And then I need to, once I've given the criteria range, I need to give the criteria. So we are saying the date has to be greater than 10th Feb. So let's give it 2/10/2019, and then you need to say how many orders were placed. So you need to give the criteria, second criteria range. So we are looking at the number of orders which were placed from the east region. So when I would want to look at the region, that's your column B. So I can basically say B2 to B44, and here I would basically give my criteria. So the criteria is east. Let's give that. And once you have done this, you would want to find out the total number of orders. So let's select this. And if I do this, it tells me 13. Now, is that right? So we are looking for your date, your region being east, and then getting the total number of orders. So here I can just do a count if I'm saying A2 to A44, wherein I have given the date criteria that it should be greater than 10th Feb, because I do not want to count 10th Feb. It says after 10th February. And then you're saying the region has to be east. So we would want to find out the total number of orders. So my region is east, and that gives me the result. Now similarly, you can also find out how many times Gil sold pencils. So here we will have to give the range. So let's start with count ifs. Now here I would want that item is pencils, so we can as well select column D to D44. Then you have to give your criteria, so that's your pencil, and then we are looking for sales rep, which is Gil, so that is my column C. So let's say C2 to C44, and the value should be just Gil. So it tells me it's twice where Gil has sold pencils. So we can obviously check this by going in here, choosing my filter, and then let's search for rep being just Gil. Okay, and now we are interested only in the item being pencil. So I can say, well, let's get to pencil only, and that tells me twice. So you can obviously re-verify using filters, but using functions or using formulas, it is always good to calculate, and that can be making your computation and calculation more dynamic. Let's look at one more interesting feature of Excel, and that's your conditional formatting. Now, as you see on the screen, conditional formatting has different rules which can be applied on your data, and that allows you to basically differentiate or easily identify data values which are based on certain criteria or rules. So when you talk about conditional formatting, you have different options, such as you can highlight cell rules, you can get top and bottom values, you can apply different rules, apply different color scales, and you can easily manage these rules. So conditional formatting is very useful for people who would want to work on huge amount of data and easily perform some data analysis. It's easy to use as it is shown here, and with your conditional formatting, you can format cells based on a preset condition. You can perform conditional formatting to identify cells. You can highlight a few significant cells, and you can easily perform conditional formatting as shown on the left side. Now, how do we work with conditional formatting? Let's have a quick look. So say for example, we have our Excel sheet, and if you see here, I am highlighting the salesperson who have generated revenue greater than 10,000. So we can be looking at the values where the revenue generated by a particular salesperson is greater than 10,000. It has a particular color. And how do we get here? So for example, let's select this data, and what I could do is I could go into conditional formatting. Now I could basically highlight cell rules, and we could just say greater than. That's an easier way. I could also go ahead and create a new rule, but then I can use one of this option. I can say greater than, and let's give some value. Might be we would be interested in looking at any value greater than 12,000. So let's choose 12,000. And here it says what color would you want to select. So for example, I would say something like yellow filled with dark yellow text, and let's say okay. So right now what I'm doing is I have all the values where the revenue generated was greater than 10,000, but then I have also selected all the sales people who have made or who have generated revenue greater than 12,000. So I can just do a control Z to see the previous result. Now here I had the values which were greater than 10,000, and the one which we did just now basically highlighted the values which are greater than 12,000. So this is one simple example. Now we can look at some other examples. Say for example, you want to format cells using 3-color scale. So if you look at the values here, I have a 3-color scale mainly in green, yellow, and red. And how do you do this? So for example, I can go in here and I can go to conditional formatting. So I would want to go for color scales, and here you can create different rules. So we can set up a 2-color scale. So we can say format only values that are above and below average. I can format only cells that contain something. I can get the top and bottom value. So these are different ways in which I can have a 3-color based scale. Now what I will do is I will select this, and let me show you the rule which I have. So for example, I can go into manage rules, and if you see here, there are certain rules which have been specified. Now what does that mean? So you would want to specify a 3-grade scale. So for example, if I would want to look at my first rule, it tells me that I'm choosing 3-color scale. I can choose lowest value, percentile, and highest value, and that basically will select the cells based on their values. So what we could have done is I can basically use one of these values. I can delete these rules which I have created. So for example, I have all these rules, but you should always carefully remember that the rules will be applied in the order shown. So for example, if I just delete these rules and then say apply and say okay, my data is back. Now it does not have any highlighting. Now I can go in here, I can say conditional formatting. I could go for color scales, or I could basically go into new rule. So I would want the cells to be using 3-color scale. So let's choose 3-color scale. Now when you say 3-color scale, it says what will be the color of lowest value, and we could choose, might be any one of this. Let's choose red. I can say midpoint is percentile 50, and then the highest value is green. And if that looks good, let's say okay. And now if you see, the lowest values have been highlighted as red. You have mid values, and then you have the positive value. So this is a 3-color scale, and that easily helps me in identifying the data based on the cell values. Now in conditional formatting, what you can also do is you can basically color the cells based on their values. So what we are seeing here is if the revenue generated is greater than average, then that shows in green. And if the revenue generated is lesser than average, that shows in orange. Now how do we do that? So we can basically again manage some rules. So I can basically create a new rule. Now here I can select one of the options which says format only values that are above or below average, and that's the option I would want to select. Now I can select this, and it says format values that are above average. So in our case we had it in green. So for example, I'll say above average, and then here I can go for a particular color. So you can go for a particular size. So let's go and look into the formatting. So for example, let's choose yellow. Say okay. Now I'm saying wherever the cell values are above average, it would be yellow instead of green. And let's go in here. Let's go and look into manage rules. So this is basically the rule which we are applying. Now we can also add a new rule, and I need to select the values. So for example, I will say here, so we had gone for above, now we'll go for below. We'll go for format, we will choose red, we'll say okay, we'll say now these are basically the rules which we have created, and here it says applies to your data. So right now it has not been applied. So for example, if I select this, and then I could basically choose my area, just hit on enter. And similarly you can go in here and then select your area, hit on enter, and say apply, say okay. And now if you see, I have really chosen bright colors, but then I have said wherever my revenue generated is above average, it should be in yellow, and below average should be in red. So we wanted above average to be in green and below average to be in orange. So that's what we have here, right? So you can always color code your cell values based on some rules which you are setting up. Now similarly, you can also find the top 10 and bottom 10 values, and that's pretty easy. So you can just select this, and then you can go into conditional formatting. You can go for top and bottom values, top 10 items, bottom 10 items, or you can go in for more rules. So you can say format only top or bottom ranked values. So you have top 10. Now you can choose the color, and for example I'll go for blue, and I'll say okay. So now if you see, my top 10 values are blue. Now similarly I can add one more rule. So I can say new rule, and I can say let's go for top or bottom. Let's go for bottom. Let's go for format. Let's say orange. Say okay, say okay, and that's it. So now you have your values which are top or bottom 10 values. So you are using conditional formatting where you are basically highlighting your cell values based on different colors, and here easy conditional formatting based on different rules helps us to do that. Now similarly, you can also have the values, which is basically showing you how the values are increasing. So what we can do is we can select our columns. Either you could apply this to all the columns. Now here I have applied this only to Jan and April. Now I could apply this for June. So let's say June. So you can go for gradient fill, you can go for solid fill, you can obviously just select the color, and that takes care of the things. You can say, for example, select this, and now this is selected, but I would want to might be format this. So I can go in here, I can go into manage rules. Now that will tell me what rule has been applied in the order. So I can just do a edit rule, and that basically says this is a solid fill, which is color, you have no border, this is basically color is black. Now I can go for something like gradient fill, and I can say okay. And now if I say apply and okay, so this basically is like your first column. So you can use conditional formatting for various use cases, and you can highlight the values. So anyone who would look at the value would automatically notice which are the higher values, which are lower values. Might be here the revenue is getting generated or was getting generated but did not grow beyond a particular value, and so on. Now similarly, you can also go in for different options. Say for example, here we would want to see if the revenue was dropping, or if the revenue decreased, or say for example if the revenue was going up for this particular salesperson. So here we are looking at Carol. So in Jan the revenue generation by sales was very high, then in Feb it was falling down, in March it was kind of stable, then in April it went way below. So we can obviously work on this, wherein we can grade our cell values. So what we can do is we can go in for highlighting the cell values. Now you can go for color scales, you can go for icon sets, and this is where you can choose your different shapes. So you could choose one of these shapes. So for example, I would be interested in looking at the indicators like directional. I could go using this 3 arrows. I can go in for this color, I can choose directional, and then my values are automatically using directional. Now what we can also do is we can then go into manage rules, and that basically tells me what rules have been applied. So for example, the latest one is the icon set, which I have chosen. It shows the selected columns. I can obviously do a edit rule, and then I can choose. So I'm saying the format style is icon sets. I'm not using a data bar, I'm not using color scale. Now here I have chosen the style of icons, and then here you can basically give some values. So you have icon which is green when the value is greater than or equal to 67%. When I say hyphen or minus, it is less than 67. It's way below 33%, then you give this value. So you can obviously edit and easily highlight your cell values based on this icon set. So I can apply this, and that's how I use conditional formatting. So conditional formatting can be very useful if you would want to use icon set, if you want to use your data bars, if you would want to highlight particular values, if you would want to color code based on some calculation, if you would want to use a 3-color or a 2-color scale, or if you would want to just find out values based on some simple calculation. So conditional formatting is used extensively by data analysts or people who are working in business intelligence teams, or people who would want to use Excel to easily identify the data, easily identify the cells which contain particular value, or finding out less significant or more significant cells to then pull out values and carry out your computations, calculations, or analysis. So let's continue learning on using Excel for various things. Now we have learned on conditional formatting and seen how that can be very helpful. Let's learn one more feature of Excel, and that's basically your data validation. Now this can be very useful when you would want to work on validating the data which is being fed in the cells. So you could limit it to basically a number between a particular value. You could also add some messages to it if you would want, or you could even circle invalid data or clear validation circles. So data validation really helps us in validating the data which is being fed in to particular fields. Now, it's a feature in Excel which is mainly used to control what a user can fill in a cell. You can decide what type of values must be entered. You can also restrict user to enter only valid data, and if any invalid data is entered, an error message will be displayed. Now that's where you can use your data validations. So let's see how that can be done. So for data validation, let's see some exercises here. So for example, you have a name column and you would want to restrict that the name should accept only 15 characters. Now, how do you do that? So you can basically select the cells, or you can just select a particular cell and then we can later drag the property to other fields. Now here, once the cell is selected, so for example, let's try this out and let's see if that works. So for example, I will say Peter Johnson, okay, and that is basically 5 and 9 and 12 characters. So let's say junior, and if I do this, it says input length is greater than 15. Do you want to continue? If I say yes, right? So basically it is allowing me to add the value here, but then it has basically violated the rule. Now this is giving a message to the user that the username should be entered less than 15 characters. Now how do we do that? So for this, we can basically select the column and then we can search for data tab and get into data validation. So this is where you can create or select different kind of rules. So for example, I can go into data validation, I can go into settings, and I can say the text length, and that should be less than 15. Now this is the maximum I'm giving, and it says apply these changes to all other cells within the same settings. So I can do this, or I can just drag and drop. So I can basically apply this formula, and now you can in fact randomly check in any particular cell, is the rule applied. So it says text length less than 15. So we can basically control data validation in this particular column, and that will allow only 15 characters. It will pop up a message if the user really wants to go beyond the particular limit. Now you also have similarly date of birth. So the restriction is date of birth should be between 10 Jan 1990 to 30 December 1998. So this is what we want to restrict. How do we do that? So we can select the field, we can click on data validation, and if you see here, I have selected date, and then date is between, and then obviously you can give a range, that is 10 Jan date 1990, 12/30, 1998. So that's the start and the end filter which has been applied. And once this is done, you can also check your input messages, which says When cell is selected, show this input message, enter a valid date. So if you see here on the left, there is a pop-up which is coming up which says enter a valid date. Now I can also say when user enters invalid data, show this error alert. So I can say stop. I can say invalid entered, and this is how I have set a rule. So for example, if I just do something like this, and that says invalid date entered, I can do a retry. It will take me back here, but unless and until I do not give the right format, the date will not be accepted. And again, the same thing applies to all the cells. Similarly, email. So we are saying the email should have at the rate present in the value provided. Now for this, we can use a formula and we can select, well, I would want to apply this rule to all these rows starting from C2 to C14. So let's get into data validation. Let's look in settings, and here we are choosing custom. Now within custom, I'm choosing what is the formula. So I'm saying is number, and then I'm saying find at the rate for the rows C2 to C14. So the only thing we are concerned about here is the value should have an email icon. You can input a particular message. You can say what has to be done for error alert. So for example, we can basically go in here and we can say invalid email. That's the title I'm giving. And we can say email should contain at the rate. So if I do this and if I say OK, now you can test it. So you can say A, B, C, D, and that says email should contain at the rate. And basically that will not allow me to add the values. So now you have the field called salary. It says salary should be greater than 50,000. Now we can limit the values by choosing a whole number. So for example, for salary, I can go into data validation. I can go into settings. So here I can say something like decimal, or I can go for whole number. So both of the things are fine. It depends on what kind of values get into this particular field. So if I say whole number, and if I say it has to be greater than 50,000, so I'm saying the minimum is 50,000. Or I could have given a decimal and then I can say greater than, less than, equal, or anything, or even between. So I can select greater than and then I can just say OK. Now for rank, the rule is rank should be between 100 and 200. So again, we can use a whole number. So ranks will generally not be decimal. So this would be whole number. Salary can be a whole number or it could be decimals. So we have chosen decimal here, and in rank, if you click on data validation, I have chosen whole number. I've set data between 100 and 200. Input message, nothing. Error alert, nothing, but that depends. I can give this. So this is how you can just do a simple data validation and control the values which land in the cell. Okay, so now let's also understand how we can restrict the values in a particular cell, which might be based on a list of items. Now, for example, here, if you see, I have two columns. So one column basically has the values of city names, and then you have places within that particular city. So if I would want to implement a data validation based on this, so for example, if you see here city, and that basically shows me only the 4 values which can be entered. And if I go to place, then it tells me for Maharashtra, I can only enter Pune, Mumbai, Nasik. Now, how do I do this? So say, for example, you take an empty field and you want to restrict the values of city names. So I could select data validation. I could basically select list, and then it tells me you need to enter the list values, that is the source. So you click here and then I can just select these fields. Now if I do this and if I say okay, it has implemented a data validation, but if you look into this, it will show me the same thing, but then it shows me some empty cells which did not have any value. So this is fine, but it would be better if we do it in a different way. So I can select this, and I have already given my city names here. So I can just do a data validation, and here in the source, let me get rid of this. Now I can just have my cursor here. I can select these values, and then if I say okay, so now if you see, my city names have been restricted to these values, and that's how you can implement your data validation. So I have this data validation here, but I will get rid of this one by just doing a Control Z. Now I'll come here and say, for example, I would want to implement the same data validation. Now the easiest way would be in doing this for all my 4 cities. Now if you see here, I have data validation. I could choose Bangalore. And if you come and check here, there is no data validation, but we have implemented data validation here. Now, how is that done? So I could select this, or for example, I can go in here. I can select data validation. I can select list. And then here in the source, I will say for Bangalore, the values should be these. And then if I basically say, okay, now if we see, these are the values which are fed into Bangalore. So we could do this, or like what we have done here. So if you can check the data validation rule, I have used list, and then I have said indirect F2. So basically I'm giving in a formula which relates to the value which is in for the city Maharashtra. So we could do this, or in a simpler way, we could do this and then just drag and drop here. So we could check for Maharashtra, what are the values. Let's choose a different city. So for example, Kolkata, and here I will choose. Now, since we did a drag and drop, it has basically taken the values of Bangalore. So that's not right. So we select this, we go into data validation, and here I can either feed in the values, that is such as Bangalore. I could basically say something like this, Kolkata, and I could say okay. So now if you see, it shows me the places in Kolkata. Now here we have, let's choose a different city. So for example, let's go for Delhi, and here I can go to data validation and I can just say Delhi. So this is an easier way of doing it. Or if you remember the formula, then what you can do is you can just give in indirect and then basically give the value of the cell for which you would want to keep in the values. So this is how you can do list validation. So you can provide a list of values, and then you can restrict the values in a cell which should be belonging to a particular list. So this is how you do a simple data validation by restricting the data in the form of a list. Now let's learn about pivot charts and tables, which is one more very useful feature of Excel and which allows you to work with your data or perform data analysis. Now, pivot table is a summary of your data. It is used in cases where there are numerous rows and columns in your data set, and it allows you to group your data in several ways so that you can derive meaningful information from it. Now, the visual representation of a pivot table is termed as a pivot chart. Now, how do we do that? So let's see an example. Now, here is some data. Here you see we have some row labels, which basically gives me some category of items here. It also tells me the sum of sales, and basically it gives me per item what is the total sum of sales which were made. Now, how do I get this here? So for example, if I would want to delete this, and I would be interested in getting the total sales under each category of items. Now we know that we have different data here and it's huge. For example, on the row end, if I just do a control and right arrow, it tells me what's my right last column. And if I just do a control and down arrow, it tells me there are 9,994 rows. Now I can use this, and what I can do is I can basically work on insert and go to pivot table. Now this basically tells you need to choose the range. Now since I have chosen my first row and first column, it basically has selected the data, and that's fine. Now do you want the result in a new worksheet? I'll say existing worksheet, and I can choose a location. Now that basically needs me to select a field. Might be we can just select this field, and that should be good enough. So for example, if I close this or if I say OK, so this is basically an indication that my pivot table will be created. Now, what are the fields we are interested in? So as per the problem, we need to find out what are the total sales for each category. So let's go in here and let's select the field category. Now, as soon as you do that, it shows that the rows which are being selected are for this column category. And now we are interested in getting the sales. So we would want the sales per category. So let's select this. So you see sum of sales is selected. Now close this, and that's it. That's your data. So it shows you row labels. It tells you what are the different categories, and it also gives you sum of sales, which is per category. Now this is one easy example where we have solved the problem, where we have tried to find what were the total sales under each category of items. So for example, let's have another data set. So again, you can just check how many rows we have, and it is basically the same 9,994. And if I look in columns, it basically shows me profit is the last column. And here we would want to find out which category. So for example, let me get rid this, which subcategory of items sold the maximum under each category. So we have some categories here which says furniture, and it shows some subcategories, and then it shows me office supplies and then some subcategories, and same thing with technology. Now we know how we got this data, but this is different than what we were seeing here. So here we were just getting the categories, but we did not have any breakdown of subcategories within this particular category. And here you see there is a breakdown, and then basically you can also apply a filter which basically says what is the data you want, and if you are interested in finding out a particular value. Now how do we do this? So for example, let me get rid of this. Now we know how we can find out the category of items, but we would want to find out which subcategory of items sold the maximum under each category. So here we are not looking at sales, but we are looking at the quantity. Okay, so what we can do is we can go to the first row and first column, click on insert, click on pivot table. Data is already selected. Let's choose existing worksheet. Let's choose a location in our worksheet where we would want to have this. So might be I can select this particular field and then just close this. So it says this is the existing worksheet. Say OK, and now you need to select your columns. So for example, if I would want the data for categories, so I can select this. Now I know that within category, these are the options which we have, and then there is a subcategory. So let's select that. And if you see here, now we have the data which will be filtered. So based on your category and subcategory, and then we will choose quantity. So it automatically understands that this is something on which summation can be done. So let's select this and close on this. Now if you see here, we have got our items where we can see the subcategories within a particular category. Now I can basically close this, and that just shows me high level categories here. So here I can again select a particular row and column. I can go for either a new pivot table. So we could basically select this. The row is already selected. Existing worksheet is what I want. So now I will select this particular place, say OK. Now we do the same thing like what we did earlier. So we will select category, subcategory, and quantity. So the data has already come in. Just select this, and now you already have all your data. But this is not what we want. We want to basically apply a filter to this. Now how do we do that? So we can go for slicer. So I can go for insert slicer, and then it tells what are the subcategories which you are interested in. So for example, if I go for something like subcategory and say OK, so this tells me what are the categories you are interested in. So for example, we know that furniture has furnishings with the highest value. So I can select, say, furnishings, and then I was interested in office supplies. So within office supply, I can basically search for here binder. So I can just do a control and select binder. And then I can also know for technology, I can select phones. So I'll say control and select phones. And now if you see, the filter has been applied and we have these subcategories which are selected. So we have our data here. Now we don't need really this. So I can just delete this and I have my data which shows me furniture being the main category, and that has only furnishings, office supply having binders, and technology having phones, and that basically is a filter applied on the result of your pivot. So this is how we are seeing which subcategory of items were sold maximum for each category. So this is how you can easily use pivot tables and you can do some analysis. Let's look at some more examples. Now, let's see if you have to answer this question, which says which were the top 3 states for each region that made the highest average profit. Now, how do we calculate that? So for example, this is the data we have, and as I've instructed earlier, you can select the first row and first column. You can click on insert, go into pivot table, and that basically selects all your data. We will choose the result should be in this existing worksheet. So select this, click here, and then basically let's select this cell and I will say OK. So now my pivot table will be here. So we are interested in finding out top 3 states within each region which have made the highest profit or which have made the highest average profit. So for that, first we will select region. So when we select region, it shows here region, and within region you will then select state. So within every region you have multiple states, so that's what we are selecting. And then we are interested in looking at the profit, so let's select profit, and that automatically shows up here. So we can now say close this. So basically we have all the data, but we are looking at the sum of profit, but that's not what we want. We are looking for top 3 states from each region that made the highest average profit. Now, how do we change that? So here we have sum of profit. So I can do a right click and basically I can say summarize values by average. So now I'm getting the average here, and that basically tells per region I have the average profit. But first is let's sort this data. So let's go into sort more options, and here I have average of profit. Or for example, as I said, you can select region, say OK, and now it is basically having the regions, and then you have your state value. So again we can do a sorting here, and I can say let's go for more sort options. I'll say descending. The state values should be based on average profit. So let's say okay. And now if you see, in particular region, we have the data which has been sorted, wherein you have the highest average profit on the top. Now what we can also do is we can basically then go for filtering. We can say top 10, but I'm not interested in top 10. So I could reduce this to top 3. And this is the items, average of profit, say okay. And now you see per region, you have the data which is showing me top 3 states, what are the average, and then you are also looking at the subtotal, so which basically says average profit for your west. Now if you would want to arrange this, your west and south and east and central in a particular alphabetical order, if you would want to sort it, you can always do a sorting, and you can choose sort Z to A if that's what you would want to do, or you can go for sorting, more sort options, and you want to sort the region which is as of now based on descending Z to A. Let's make it ascending, say okay. And now you see the data has been filtered, so it says per region. Now you can always select this and you can say what is this. So this is basically your average of profit. Now we are looking at each region and the states, the top 3 states as we wanted within a region, and what is the average. Now we have one more question. What is the percentage contribution of each subcategory of products under each category to the total sales? So we know there are different products, there are different categories, and all the categories contribute to the total sales. So we would want to find out what is the percentage contribution of each subcategory of products under each category. So we not only want the category percentage, but we would also want what is the contribution of each subcategory to each category to the total sales. How do we do that? So for that, we need to again just place our cursor here or select the first row and first column, click on your insert, click on your pivot table, and now the data is already selected, existing worksheet. Place your cursor here, and then let's select this cell, say okay. Now your pivot table fields are here, so we are interested in category. So let's select category, and then within a category we will have subcategories, and we are interested in the sales data, wherein it is already going to give us the sum of sales, but we would want this in the form of percentage rather than just the sum. Now we can click here value field settings, and it says if you would want to summarize this, it says show value as, and what are the values you would want. So you can straight away go ahead here and say percentage of grand total. So we could do that because we know we will get a sum of sales and grand total. Now I could basically say percentage of grand total, say okay, and then just close this. So once you have closed this, you see already the data is in percentage. So now we have our data with subcategories, but we also want the data to be sorted, might be in a descending order, which tells which subcategory is contributing more than others. We can select how many subcategories we are interested in. So we can basically select one of the subcategory cells, right click. Now you have option filter and you have sorting. So we can say more sort options. Now here I will say descending, and you want the descending to be sum of sales, which is already showing as percentage. Click on OK, and now you see for each category it shows the percentage contribution towards the sales. It shows the subcategories contribution to a particular category and also to total sales. So technically speaking, if you look at all these values which are subcategories, and if you would total them, that would be your total grand total. So this is how we can solve a simple problem like this. What is the percentage contribution of each subcategory of products under each category to the total sales? The next question is, which customer made the lowest profit in the home office segment in each state? Now here we know that we are looking for home office segment. We are looking for customer which made the lowest profit. We are also looking for the state as the main criteria. So in each state, we would look for home office segment, and within that we would look for customer which has made the lowest profit. That means the lowest value of the profit. So how do we do this? So let's get into selecting our row and column. We will go into insert. I'll say pivot table. I'll say existing worksheet, and let me get my result here. So let's say okay. Now that gives me the pivot table. So the first thing is we are looking at per state, and I would be interested in home office segment, or I could first start with segment. Now here we have segment, and in segment I can basically select home office. So I can just do a uncheck and select home office only, and now I can select state. So that will be my subcategory within segment, and then within state we would want to find out the customer. So let's get the customer name, and we are interested in finding out the lowest profit. So let's select profit, and here we have sum of profit. So the fields are selected. Close this, and now you have your data which basically shows me the names of customers which made the profit, but it's not sorted. So we can sort this, and we have state entries also, so that's fine. So what I can do is here I can basically say sorting, go to more sort options. I can say I want to do a descending, or I want to do an ascending based on sum of profit. So let's do that. Now you see the topmost value is the lowest value per state within home office segment. Now what we also want is we just want one value per state. So how do we do that? So we can just go for filtering, go for top 10 values. I'm interested in bottom value, and in that also I'm looking for only the lowest value. So let's select one, say okay, and now you see we have data for home office segment per state, customer who has made the lowest profit. So we have easily answered this question using our pivot table. Now say for example we have a question which says find the sales made in each quarter of 2016 for all the regions. So the data has to be divided quarterly, and use order year as a slicer. We can do that by selecting what data we would want to slice, and then we would want to create a pivot chart also. So for example, how do we do that? So for example, I will get rid of this, I will get rid of this, my pivot chart, which we can recreate. So find the sales made in each quarter of 2016 for all the regions. So this is what we want. Now how do we do this? So for example, let's select this. We will do a insert pivot table. We will basically say existing worksheet, and then I can select this particular cell. I'll say okay, and now I'm interested in data quarterly. So first let's select our field here. So we should basically have, if all our fields are selected, say for example if I say order date, now you see we have quarters and years which are selected. Now we could be selecting these fields which says quarters, years, and if I would want data to be filtered based on years, I could do that, or I could get rid of years. So I have quarters, I have order date. So that's being already selected. Now, what else we need? We need to find out for every region. So let's select the region, and we can also add region as a column here. So that will basically give me all the regions as different columns. And then finally we want the sales. So let's select this. And now let's look what we have. So if you see here, we have our data, which is for each quarter. It gives me the total data, but what we would be interested in is not looking at the total data, but we are only interested in quarter of 2016. Now, how do we do that? So what we do here is we have row labels. So let's click on this. So we have date filters, and then in date filters, we can go for between, and then we will say 2016, and the value has to be 1. And then let's select this, and let's change this to 2016, and this is 12th month, and then we can say 31. So we are saying the date has to be 2016, and it basically says not a valid date. So let's select a particular date and see. So the month has to be here. So let's change this, and let's make it date and say OK. And now we have our data, which is for 2016. So for example, I could basically select this, and here I could be looking at what are the filters we have. So it says clear filter from order data. So we have applied the filter on order date, and these are your date filters, which is basically date 16. Oh, this is wrong. So this one has to be changed to 2016. So select this, and now we have our data for 2016. So we have found the sales made in each quarter of 2016 for all the regions, the grand total for a particular quarter if we are looking at the value, or for individual months in a particular quarter. And we have sliced the data. Now we could have also introduced a slicer by selecting which field we would want to implement. So for example, if I would select a particular field and then I could click on slicer, I could choose I would want to slice the date based on order date, and then could have done it. Or we have just given the date for 2016. Now we just need to plot a graph for this, and that's very easy. So you just need to select the complete pivot data, and here you have the chart options. So let's go for line chart, and that basically shows me the line chart. So we can select this, we can just drag and drop it here, and then we can basically check if that is showing us the data. So if you see here, this is line chart where it has divided the regions in different colors. So we have all the regions. We could filter out in pivot chart a particular region. We have the quarterly time here. In order data, the filter is applied. It says it is 2016. In quarters, it tells me it is 16. So we have our data, we have created a pivot chart, and basically we have sliced the data for 2016. Let's answer one more question, and that's finding the profit made in each year for all the categories of products in East and West regions only. And then we would want to create a histogram for the same pivot table. So histogram usually gives us the frequencies. So let's look at how do we calculate the profit made in each year for all the categories. So what I can do is I can basically select my row ID here, and now I'll do a pivot table. So the data is already selected. I'll choose existing worksheet. Let's select this particular cell, say OK. Now, what are we interested in? Now, if you look at the fields, we don't see any years or quarters and so on. So for example, here I can just choose order date, and then basically I can choose, say for example, years or quarters, the data which is coming out from my order date. So here I will just select years. Now then I have my order date. So we are interested in the years, orders, and we are interested in, let's look at our column or the question what we had here. So we have years. Find the profit made in each year. So let's select profit. So that basically says sum of profit. But then I'm also interested in for all the categories of products. So what I can do is here I have my field which is category, and that I'll add to the columns. So that shows me what are the different categories. And this looks fine. Now I'm also interested in east and west regions. So that is basically in the region. So either we could add a slicer or we could do a filtering here by adding the filters. So first is I'll click on region, and here it says select all. I'm only interested in east and west. So let's select this, take this, put it here. Let's say OK. And now we have the data which has been filtered based on the region. So here we have region. So you can always look at the filter. It is east and west. And we have our year data per year. We have different categories. You can always look at what are these column labels. So this is my different categories. And this is the profit per category. And then you have your grand total. So we have already our data. Now let's say close this. So we have our data for all these years, different categories, the profits made per year. And if I would want, I could go into an year and I could look into different months. So that also is showing up. And now we would want to basically plot a histogram with this data. So I can just place my cursor here. I can select this, and then I can go into insert, and here I have different options. So we can go for bar chart, we can go for insert hierarchy chart, we can go into waterfall, funnel, stock, surface, or radar chart. So there are different options what you have here, and we will go for a simple histogram which is two-dimensional. Let's select this, and here you see you can obviously select different regions. You have your years which shows up, you have your order date, and then you have your categories which can be chosen for your histogram or for your bar chart. And that basically is how you use your pivot table. You use some calculations, and then you can plot your needed graph to visualize the data and understand it in a better way.
Welcome to Simplilearn. In this video, we are focusing on ChatGPT and its groundbreaking role in data analytics. In a world where data is the new gold, understanding and analyzing this wealth of information is crucial. But as the volume of data grows exponentially, traditional analysis methods are being pushed to their limits. Enter ChatGPT, a revolutionary AI developed by OpenAI that's transforming how we approach data analytics. But what makes ChatGPT stand out in the crowded field of data analytics tools? How can it not only streamline complex processes, but also uncover insights that were previously hidden in plain sight? Stay tuned as we unravel the capabilities of ChatGPT, share real-world applications, and show you how it's being used by analysts and businesses alike to make smarter, data-driven decisions. And whether you are a data scientist, a business professional, or just a tech enthusiast, curious about the future of AI in data analytics, this video is for you. So let's dive in and discover how ChatGPT is not just revolutionizing data analytics, but also how we understand and interact with the vast universe of data And don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell to stay updated on all our future explorations into the fascinating world of technology. Now let's get started and unlock the potential of ChatGPT for data analytics together. So guys, an Excel data analyst always looks for ways to improve their efficiency and gain deeper insights from the data. That's where ChatGPT comes in handy. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered language model that can assist you in various tasks, including Excel-based data analysis. And for that data analysis, let's dive into some demos to see how it works. So guys, as you can see, this is the ChatGPT 4, and you could see this has the support of DALE, browsing and analysis, and usage limits may apply. Like we have the version that has some usage limits. And for the data, I have downloaded the data from the Kaggle. I will provide you the link in the description. If you want to download the same data, you can. And I have that in my downloads. So this is the data that we'll be using. So the first thing we'll be doing is data cleaning and preparation. So firstly, let's explore data cleaning and preparation. Before diving into analysis, it's essential to ensure our data is clean and ready for processing. So for that, we will write a prompt in ChatGPT and ask him to clean the data. ChatGPT has the feature to insert the files, provide the Excel file to the ChatGPT, and we'll ask him that can you help me identify and remove duplicates in this Excel spreadsheet. So let's ask him, can you help me identify and remove duplicates? Duplicates from this Excel spreadsheet, from the provided Excel spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and he is telling us that he can definitely help us with that, and he is analyzing that. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response. So let's first go to our spreadsheet. So this is the spreadsheet: order number, quantity ordered, price of each quantity, and order lines. So you could see that first ChatGPT has encountered an error, and that is with the character and coding mismatch. And then he has loaded the spreadsheet successfully with the second attempt, and you could see that he has provided like the smaller or the briefer version of the spreadsheet. That is, the dataset consists of sales data with columns such as order number, quantity order, price each, order line, sales, order date, status. So he's asking us, could you specify how you would like to identify duplicates? For example, should we consider a row a duplicate if all its values match another row exactly, or are there specifically columns we should focus on to determine duplicates? So we should, or here we'll be focusing on the column section. So here we want to identify column section. So is asking which columns they should identify duplicates. So we want the duplicates in order number. So the ChatGPT has started analyzing the spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has produced the response that they have identified a total of 2,807 rows in the spreadsheet that have duplicates based on the order number column. So this indicates that multiple rows share the same order number, suggesting there might be different items or transactions within the same order. Would you like to proceed by removing these duplicates while keeping either the first or last occurrence of each order number, or do you have another approach in mind for handling these duplicates? So before identifying the duplicates, what we'll do is we'll first get rid of the extra spaces. So we'll ask ChatGPT that first find the extra spaces in the spreadsheet and help us remove them. So you could see that it has started analyzing it. So he is asking us that would you like to proceed with any further cleaning or data manipulation? Yes, we want to proceed further with data cleaning only. And now we will treat all the blank cells if there are any. Now treat all the blank cells if there are any. So the spreadsheet contains blank cells in the following columns with the respective counts of blank entries. That is, address line 2 has 2521 blank cells, then the state. So depending on your preference or the requirements of your data analysis, we can treat these blank cells in several ways, such as filling them with a placeholder value that is not provided using a specific value that makes sense for data. That is, example, a default state or territory, but potentially leaving them as if blanks carry meaningful information in the context of your data. So what we will do, we will provide a placeholder, instead, that is not provided or not applicable. Okay. So you would see that ChatGPT has responded that it has replaced the blank cells in the columns, that is address line 2, state, postal code and territory, with the placeholder not provided. So you could see there's a verification sample showing the updates. So this is how you could clean the data. And now with ChatGPT, you can quickly identify and eliminate duplicates in your Excel spreadsheet using built-in functions and formulas, saving your time and effort. So that would be done by the ChatGPT, and you can download the Excel file from the ChatGPT only. After that, you can just ask him that provide me the output or the resulted spreadsheet. So if we talk about now data analysis and visualization, let's delve into that. So Excel offers powerful tools for analyzing and visualizing data, and ChatGPT can help you make the most of them. So for this also we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT, and we'll write, for example, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So let's see, like this prompt, what output does ChatGPT show to us. So let's ask him, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So you could see that ChatGPT has started analyzing the data and the spreadsheet, and you could see that the pivot table below shows the sales performance by region or the territory. So this table indicates that the EMEA region has the highest sales performance, followed by regions where the territory was not provided, then APAC, and finally Japan. So now let's create a chart to visually represent this sales performance by region. You could see that it has provided a chart, that is a bar chart illustrating the sales performance by territory. So you could see the guys that it has provided us the analysis, and ChatGPT can guide you through the process of creating pivot tables, charts and other visualizations in Excel, enabling you to gain valuable insights from your data with ease. So let's move to advanced analysis and automation. So lastly, we will explore advanced analysis and automation. So Excel capabilities extend beyond basic functions, and ChatGPT can help you leverage its full potential. And for this also, we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT that can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data present in the spreadsheet. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So let's ask him, can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So you could see that building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data involves several steps. So for this, you have to prepare the data, select a model, train the model, evaluate the model and make predictions. So let's start by preparing the data. We'll aggregate sales by order date to create a time series of total daily sales. Then we'll choose a model based on data's characteristics. So we will grant the permission to ChatGPT to proceed with the steps. So he has started analyzing the data. So you could see that the data has been prepared into a time series of total daily sales. And before choosing a forecasting model, it's helpful to visualize the sales time series to understand its characteristics such as trend and seasonality. So ChatGPT has plotted a daily sales data, and then he has given the visual trends and the possible seasonal patterns. And the next steps would include testing for stationarity, model selection and parameter tuning, model training, and then forecasting. So you could follow all these steps with the help of ChatGPT and could create a forecasting model. If you want, we can move to the next step. So you could provide a prompt to the ChatGPT that move to or proceed with next step. So step by step, ChatGPT will provide you a forecasting model, or it will help you create a forecasting model. As you can see, it has started analyzing it. So the augmented Dickey-Fuller, that is ADF test, gives up a p-value of approximately 0.0033. Since this p-value is less than the common significance level of 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis that the time series has a unit root, meaning the time series is stationary. So you could see that he is asking us, shall we proceed with the SARIMA model parameter selection? Yes, here is the model parameter selection. So you could select any based on the trends and the bar graphs plotted by the ChatGPT. So you could see, guys, that the ChatGPT has analyzed the spreadsheet and provided the response that the grid search for the optimal SARIMA parameters based on the lower ACLI information criterion, such as the best fit model uses the parameter 011 and for ARIMA and 01112, that is for the seasonal component. So you could see that it has provided the model and the parameters. Now it's asking us, shall we move on to forecasting future sales with this model? Yes, proceed with that. So you could see that with ChatGPT's assistance, you can build complex forecasting models in Excel, allowing you to make informed decisions and plan for the future effectively. So ChatGPT is a valuable tool for Excel users and data analysis, offering assistance in data cleaning, analysis, visualization, and automation. And by integrating ChatGPT in your Excel workflows, you can enhance your productivity and uncover new insights from your data. So you can try ChatGPT for Excel data analytics today and take your Excel skills to the new level. And you could see that there's an error in the analyzing, and he has encountered an error while trying to plot the forecast with its confidence intervals. So this type of error can occur due to data type issues, particularly when handling data indices and forecast. And despite this hiccup, the forecasting process using the SARIMA model was completed and we were able to generate forecast for the next 12 months. Unfortunately, due to the plotting issue, we couldn't visually display it. So we'll ask him, can you try once again? So you could see that this time ChatGPT has provided us the forecast for the next 12 months. That is, the forecast have been successfully plotted along with the historical daily data. So here we have our forecast model, and with the ChatGPT's assistance, we can move with other analysis also.
So window, here we have some data set. So we have row ID, order date, ship date, etc. So these are the rows over here. Let's quickly select the entire data set and remove any filters that we have. So the filters is gone, and at the last you can see country, region, product, category, subcategory, and extending further we have sales data, quantity ordered, discount, and profit. So now let's proceed and try to build one single dashboard. Okay, now imagine yourself in a situation where you're working for this particular store or a company which sells products, and you have a team meeting with leadership, and you are supposed to be hunting for simplicities in complexities, and you need to present an interactive dashboard which gives a visual representation of what exactly is happening with the company, the sales, the quantity ordered, profit, etc. right? And if you show this particular data set as it is in the form of named rows and columns, your leadership might not be able to understand it, or they might not be able to justify what exactly needs to be done in the future to keep the numbers same or improve the sales, right? So in that scenario, an interactive dashboard could be beneficial. So in today's session, we're going to create the same and creating a chart that is an interactive chart or a dashboard which is interactive. Everything lies on one single point, that is the pivot tables and pivot charts. If you're good with pivot tables and pivot charts, you can create interactive charts, you can create interactive dashboards and much more. So the process is simple, but in case if you need a quick overview of how exactly a pivot table is created or performed, then you can check out the link in the description box below, which will give you a complete detailed description and to understand how to create a pivot table and a pivot chart in real time and move further, right? Now we will continue with this particular topic for today, which is creating a dashboard. Now click anywhere in the cell, select the entire dataset using Control A and go to Insert option over here and choose Pivot Table, right? From the table range should be the option. Here you can see the table range has been selected, and you also have two more options which will help you understand where exactly to create your pivot table. So we will be creating that in a new worksheet. So click on a new worksheet and press OK. There you go. You have the pivot table here. And let's say we want a few charts. So here we have a region-wise sales, country-wise sales, and shipment majorly used, subcategory, category, segment, and let's say we also want quantity-wise, country and quantity, right? Or let's say, okay, country and quantity. So how many number of orders basically you receive from each country, right? So let's say we want all these charts. Now, how many number of charts do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Remember, creating a chart which is interactive relies on pivot table. Now, so far we have created one pivot table or one pivot chart or one pivot sheet, but we want 7 pivot charts. How to do that? It's really simple. Just hold Control and drag that sheet and you have a new pivot chart, right? You can do that few more times. 7. So we have 7 pivot tables as we required. There you go. And now let's get back to the first sheet and let's see the first option we are looking for. So we want region-wise sales, right? We have 5 different regions: North, South, East, West, and Central. And we want region-wise sales in a pictorial way. For that, let's go to the options over here. We have the row names or the metadata. You can drag region into either columns or rows, wherever you want. I'll choose to just drag and drop it in the columns. And now go back to sales and you can drag sales to rows, sales in each region, right? Now you can go back to this particular pivot table, go to home, eliminate any, and go to pivot table analyze, and here you can see pivot chart. Click on that and now you have all charts window on your desktop, screen. You can choose the one which you feel is good, right? So I'll prefer a bar chart, column chart here. Click on OK and there you go. Now you can edit this particular data set and chart, and you can also remove any of the things you don't want. So for example, I don't want legends, so I'll remove legends, and this is what I have here. You can also edit from a few more things, right? Now I can simply copy this particular chart and go to the dashboard. So let's create a new sheet and name it as dashboard. Margin center. You can add a color. So now here you can paste the first chart. Now you can rename this chart title. So you can rename this as region wise sales. So therefore you have that first chart over here. You can also increase or decrease the size of the chart by just dragging the corner points. And let's go to the second pivot table. We have the second pivot table right here. What was our second request? So the second request was country wise, right? Now close this, choose the country and drag it to columns or rows. Let's go with rows this time, and sales. So go to pivot table, analyze, pivot table chart, and here you can choose a pie chart since you're going with the country wise, and click OK. Now you have the pie chart over here. You can rename that as country wise. You can copy this and paste it onto the dashboard. In case you want to keep the size of the pie chart and the column chart in the same width and height, you can do that. Just go to format. Here you can 5.6 and it can be 9.9, and similarly you can go with 5.6. This can be 9.9, just so that you can accommodate a few more charts in the dashboard. You can align them. There you go. Right now our next request is subcategory shipment. So go to shipment. So this is the fifth sheet, so we need to go to the third spreadsheet where we have the pivot table. So close the format shape, and we have shipment here, ship mode. So select the ship mode, drag it to rows or columns, sales to here, and we have or you can count it, right? You can change it to count. Okay, so you have standard class with the highest number of sales happening. So many sales which are happening in your store, choose the standard class of shipment, right? So very least people choose first class or same day shipment, which is highly expensive, and the standard shipment will take minimum pricing, and most of the customers have chosen that. Now you can choose the same data here. Go to pivot table, analyze, and here we have pivot charts, and out of this you can select any one. Let's say if you want to go with the tree map, or if you want to go with the bar, or any one, you can go with that. So let's go with the bar graph. You press OK, and here you create it. Now rename this particular chart as ship mode. Now you can copy the same chart and paste it onto the dashboard. You can close that. If you go to format, you can do the same setting, 5.9 and 9.9, 5.6 and 9.9. There you go. We have everything lined up. And this space that we have over here, we can add a few more things which will come under slicers and filters. So we'll have to wait for that until we can finish the rest of the charts. Now we will go to the fourth sheet. So what was the fourth request? Let's check our list here. So subcategory wise sales. Now we can check the categories, subcategories over here. Yeah, we have the subcategory. Select that and drag to rows or columns, and sales to values. Okay, and there you go. And if you want to sort, you can also sort by right clicking and sort it to minimum and smallest to largest to smallest. There you go. So the highest number of sales are happening through mobile phones. Next comes the bookcases, next come copiers, etc., etc. Now select this and go to pivot table, analyze, pivot chart, and you can choose any one of those. We can go bar chart or the column chart, and you can also rename this as subcategory wise. You can copy it, paste it on the dashboard, and you can also make few arrangements if you want. You can resize it 5.6, and this will be 9.9. The next request is about the category-wise sales and segment. So we have the category here, drag it to rows, and sales here. You can keep it the way it is, or you can go to pivot analyze, and here go to charts, choose the one you want, and proceed. Copy it and go to dashboard. You can paste it over here. There you go. Country wise and segment quantity. So now you have country over here. I got country to rows and sales to columns. Or you can, let's go with sales. Since this is a sales dashboard, this should be beneficial. Now we have, we can also sort it again, sort to largest to smallest, and we have France with the highest number of sales. I can copy that or go to pivot table analyze, and here pivot chart. I can go with pie chart. You can rename it as country wise. So there you go, and copy this, paste it on the dashboard. I think we already did a country wise sales, so I think we can proceed with the next type of chart, which is segment wise. Let's go to the same sheet where we created the country wise sales and close the format, delete the chart. Instead of country, we can select segment. So which segment has the highest number of sales? Paste it over here. Format to adjust the size of the chart. There you go. So we have region-wise sales, country-wise sales, ship mode, subcategory-wise, category-wise, and segment-wise sales. Now we have a dashboard, but to make it a little more interactive, we might require a few filter-like options, which are also called as slices. So when you add slices onto the sheet or the dashboard, what you can do is you can select the options you want. Let's say I want the region-wise sales in Belgium, then you can identify that. Let's say you want Australia's or Austria's shipment modes. What kind of shipment mode is most used in Austria? You can find out it. And let's say you want to find out the Finland segment-wise sales, then you can find out. This is only possible when you try to include a slicer into the dashboard. Now let's go ahead with it. Now, if you select any of the charts, let's say I want to go with the first one. Now go into insert, and here you can see filter options, right? So here you want to insert slices. Now here you have a slices right now. Okay, so you can select the slicer you want. So I want the slicer for region. I want the slicer for country. I want the slicer for ship mode, which is right here, and I want subcategory wise slicer. I want country or category wise slicer, so category, and segment wise, which is here. So I want 6 slicers. There you go, I've got the 6 slicers created. Let's minimize to make it look a little more better. There you go, and we will paste the slices right here. You can also modify the size of the slicers. Let's try to make them fit here, and the next one should be right here. There you go. Now let's drag this here. The last slicer in the last section. There you go. Now we have a dashboard, but is it interactive? I guess not. So how to make it completely interactive? So you might have a doubt. Let's say I want to click on machines. Now only 1 out of the 6 charts is reacting. Let's say I want to click on papers. it is giving me the data for phones and etc. And if I click for Belgium, you can see only one chart is being interactive, right? Now, what should I do so that every chart which is on the dashboard gets completely interactive and shows all the data in real time? That can be done. All you have to do is select any of the slices, right click and go to the option which says report connections. So select all the pivot table which are present in your chart right now: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, sheet 5, sheet 6 and sheet 7. Press OK. Now all the charts are interconnected with each other. And now if you click on any one of the options, so let's say I want the data for Austria country, and every data changes. Correct? Report connections. Okay, you need to do that with all the slices. Press OK. There you go. Now, if you select Finland, Denmark, Austria, you can see the charts are changing, right? Every chart is now interactive. So that's exactly how you create an interactive dashboard. Now you might be having a doubt, okay, it's working for the existing data, but what if I add some new data? So here we have data until 2022 and this is the new data until 2023. Now, if I add this particular data to the end of this particular data set, right here, and remove the row headings and go back to dashboard, go to pivot chart. On data dashboard, we need to go to data and here click on refresh all, then you will get the updated data set. And now you have the updated results as well. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on sales dashboard in Excel, or real-time interactive dashboard using Excel.
Today, we are going to talk about descriptive statistics in Microsoft Excel, and I will walk you through a step-by-step guide on how to perform this in Excel. But before we dive into that, let's first take a quick look at what descriptive statistics really means. Descriptive statistics is all about summarizing and describing the key features of a dataset. It helps you get a quick snapshot of your data by calculating things like mean, median, mode, standard deviation, range, and more. These are essential to understanding patterns and trends in your data without having to look at every single value. It's the first step in analyzing data before jumping into more complex statistics. Now that we have a basic understanding of what descriptive statistics is, let's get into Excel and see how we can easily calculate these statistics using the built-in tools. I am in MS Excel and I have a sample of data in my Excel to perform the descriptive statistics over. There is an amazing feature in Excel that many people are not aware about is a data analysis tool pack. If you have not come across this word, the data analysis tool pack in Excel is an add-in that provides advanced data analysis tools for statistical and engineering calculations. It simplifies the complex data analysis task by offering the built-in features to perform various statistical tests and data processing without needing to write formulas manually. So, we need to ensure first if we have activated the tool pack correctly. So for that, go to File, then Options, and then Add-ins. Inside Add-ins, at the bottom we have Manage, and where you make sure you have selected the Excel add-ins. And then click on Go. And then in the checkbox, make sure you have chosen the Analysis Tool Pack option, and then click on the OK button. Now when you see the topmost bar in the data bar has a data analysis button, now we are all set to perform the descriptive statistics. To perform this, I will click on this data analysis button, and from there I will choose the descriptive statistics option and select OK. Now in the input range here, we need to enter the range of cells containing your data. For that, I will click on this upper arrow and highlight the cells containing my data and press enter. The next option is grouped by, depicts how your data is arranged in your sheet. If it is arranged in columns, Just like mine, you can obviously choose columns, and if it is arranged row-wise, then you go for rows. If you have labels on the first row of your data, you can tick on the checkbox here, labels in the first row. I don't have that, so I will skip this. Then if you go for the output options, this is where you want your descriptive statistics result to be returned. The first option, that is output range, is where you can specify a particular cell in this sheet only where your result to be returned. Second option is new worksheet, that will answer your descriptive statistics in a completely new worksheet. The third option is new workbook, will enter the result all together in a different Excel file. I want to enter my data in the same sheet here, so I'll go for output range and I'll choose somewhere here and I will press enter. Underneath I have various options available. I will tick all of them, and don't worry, I will explain each in more detail. So go for OK, and here you go. You have got the whole descriptive statistics over here, mean, standard deviation and more. But before we do, unlock your career in data analytics with Simplilearn's Data Analyst certification course. This comprehensive program in collaboration with IBM covers everything from SQL, Python and R to data visualization tools like Tableau and Power BI. You will work on the real-world projects, attend live sessions with industry experts, and earn certifications from both Simplilearn and IBM. Start your journey with hands-on learning, master the latest tools, and boost your career with industry-recognized credentials. Enroll now and take the first step towards becoming a skilled data analyst. Check for the course link in the description box below and pin comments. Now moving on, the first value we got is the mean. Basically, it is the average of all the data values. The mean is actually the sum of all the data points divided by the number of the data points available in the sheet. It tells you the central value of the data. You can separately calculate it in Excel using the function average. Now moving on, we have the second one, which is standard error. It is nothing but the measure of the variability of sample means in a sampling distribution of means. If you want to calculate the standard error separately in Excel with the formula standard deviation divided by the square root of count. Now moving on, we have median. In short, it is the middle value when data is sorted. If I elaborate it, then the median is the middle value in a data set when it's ordered from smallest to the largest. If the number of data points is odd, it's the middle number. If it is even, it is the average of the two middle numbers. Separately, you can perform this in Excel by using the function median. Now we have mode. It is basically the most frequent value. Rather, it refers to the value that appears most frequently in a data set. We can perform it separately in Excel using the function mode. Next we have a standard deviation. The standard deviation measures the spread or dispersion of your data. A higher standard deviation means the data points are spread out widely, while a lower standard deviation means they are close to the mean. You can perform this by using the function stdv. Now, coming to sample variance. Variance is the square of the standard deviation. If it gives an idea of how data points spread out from the mean but in squared units. To perform this, you need to use a var function. Now, we are going to kurtosis. Kurtosis measures the tailness of the data distribution. High kurtosis means more outliers of the heavy tails, while low kurtosis means the data has fewer extreme values, describing the higher kurtosis and the lower kurtosis. Next, we have skewness. Skewness measures the asymmetry of the data. A positive skew means the data is skewed to the right, more lower values, while a negative skew means the skewed to the left, that is more higher values. Now moving on, we have range. Range is the difference between the maximum and the minimum values in your data set. The maximum value we have over here is 90.23 and the minimum value we have is 11.67. So the difference is 78.56. To find out the minimum value in the Excel sheet, use the function minimum. To find out the maximum value in the Excel sheet, use the function max. Then coming to sum, as you all know, sum is the total addition of all the values in your sheet. We can calculate sum separately by using the function sum. Then we have count. This is the total number of values in the sheet. In my case, it's 20. It will vary in everyone else. Then we have the largest. The first written in the bracket denotes the first largest number, that is 90.23. If the number would have been 2, it will denote the second largest number. Same goes for the smallest. The smallest number in my case is 11.67. Last but not the least, we have confidence level. This is the number we need to add and subtract from the mean. The addition of the CL and mean is greater than 95% of the CL. The subtraction of CL from mean is lower than 95% of CL.
So now you can see some data on my spreadsheet. So we have a row ID, order date, and a ship date, ship mode, etc. So this means that this particular data set belongs to a sales data set for a store or something. So what I have done is, if you look out the videos on our channel, we already have created one of the interactive dashboards using the same data set. So we try to extract month-on-month sales, region, category, subcategory sales, country-wise sales, shipment type sales, etc. Right? So I have kept the data as it is and all the pivot tables as it is. Now let's say we do not know how to create all these pivot tables and pivot charts and slicers, etc. We just know that we have the data and you're new to this and you want to analyze your data. How do you do that? ChatGPT is here for the rescue. So before we get on to ChatGPT, let's quickly remove all our reference pivot tables. About pivot tables, so I'm quickly deleting all these. We're left out with only the data, right? And again, you can do this dashboard using ChatGPT 3.5, or in case if you have a premium version, which is ChatGPT 4, you can directly attach your dataset onto the ChatGPT prompt and ChatGPT will do all the analysis you need, right? But for now, let's experiment using the ChatGPT 3.5 version, which is basically open source and free to use. Now let's quickly hop onto ChatGPT. So there you go. We have ChatGPT version 3.5. We are not switching to 4. So now let's quickly explain what we are up to. Hi ChatGPT. Just keep it simple, as if you're talking to your friend. The data set belongs to Superstore sales, or is about the data set is about a Superstore sales report. And I need to create a dashboard for month-on-month sale. So this is the prompt, and basically I just explained in a brief way. I'm not giving a detailed information, but hope this works. So basically what you are supposed to do is give the requirement one by one, but I'm giving it in a single prompt so that I'll get the results in one single prompt. Let's go for that. So what you're trying to explain ChatGPT is that you have a sales data set and you're using Excel for storing it and for manipulating the data and trying to build some innovative, interactive, visually appealing charts, and you don't know how to do it. So you explain that to your ChatGPT, and what are the things you are looking to build, what are the charts you're looking to build. So I'm looking to build a month-on-month sales report, which can be a quarter-on-quarter, month-on-month, year-on-year, date-wise, however the way you like it, right? So make sure that your data is properly formatted first. So here, let's check out that your date column is formatted to date data type, right? Sometimes what happens is the representation of date changes to user by user. Let's say this particular data set or this particular inventory has been allocated to 5 different people to entry the data, right? Somebody might use this type of, here you have, let's create a new sheet and try to, let me elaborate what I'm trying to explain. So let's say person 1, person 3. So let's say I use this type of formatting, 15th December 2025, something like that, and somebody else uses 15/12/2025, and another one uses 15 December 2025. And also sometimes few people also intend or may follow a date pattern which looks something like this: December the 31st, 2025, right? And it's not wrong. So many people will have different conventions of writing their dates. So you need to make some data cleaning, and okay, if you are coming back to data cleaning, we have listed a video in our descriptions for data cleaning in Excel, and that would help you in various data cleaning operations that are used in day-to-day lives of a data analyst. So that should help. So basically what you are looking for is, so instead of general, go back to the data types, and here you can check out the data type options, and you can either give a short date, long date, or in the case you want to go for some additional formatting, you can also go to more formatting, and here you can check out the custom formatting options. Here you can give a customized option. For now, I want to go with date, and the date I want to go with is this particular one, which gives me date, month, and yeah, click on that, and you should be good to go, right? So make sure that all the dates in your spreadsheet are following one single date pattern, so that when it comes to month on month, quarter on quarter, and year by sales, that will help you a lot. Okay, it will just give you a filtered option. It will give you year on year first, then quarter on quarter next, and if you expand the option of quarter on quarter, you will have month on month, and if you expand the month, then you will have date wise. So you will have a better understanding when we perform this operation in a practical way in real time. And then we have the next type of chart where we want to identify country-wise sales. Then we have region-wise sales. So let's say I have one country here. Let's say I want sales from France, and I want to know what are the sales happening in central region of France, north region of France. So you'll have region-wise sales there, and category-wise, which category is giving you the maximum profits or the maximum sales, and inside the category, which is that subcategory or which product is that which is giving you the highest number of sales. You can identify that, and based on that, you can plan a business. You can get up with a business strategy there. And shipment modes. So which type of shipment mode which should you invest in much, so that you can offer better services to your customers. So everything counts. So this is what I want to extract from my data set. So this is my requirement. You have explained this to your ChatGPT through the prompt, and just enter. Now ChatGPT should help you break down the requirements, and ChatGPT should help you how to, it'll tell you how to do the process. So here it will tell you the line chart. So basically it's a rule that month-on-month sales or quarter-on-quarter sales, basically wherever the time is involved, the line chart is the best to represent your numbers. So now it basically tells you how to represent your charts in what type of chart to be selected. That's good. But now can you help me create the first chart in Excel? There you go. So it tells you how to create it. Ensure you have a column for dates and other corresponding values. So basically it is telling you to have a properly mentioned or properly defined metadata or column headers. Then select the data, go to the insert tab, choose the line chart. Okay, and let's say you wanted to create an interactive dashboard, right? So to create an interactive dashboard, or to basically create a dashboard, you need pivot tables, and you don't know how to create a pivot table. You can ask ChatGPT to help you create a pivot table. Help me create a pivot table for the first type, for all the types, okay, or for the data set. Certainly. So it will mention you the steps to follow to create a pivot table. There you go. So what's the first step? Highlight the range of cells that contain your data set, including headers. And go back to Excel, and you can just click on any cell and Control A. All your data set has been selected, or these days you can just select one of the cells and go to Insert menu and Pivot Table. And now from the table range, Excel will automatically select the entire range of the table you're looking for or you're working on. And in case if you are having any doubts on that, you can just select all the range and go to the same insert option and select the pivot table. Now click on OK in a new worksheet, and there you go. You have your new pivot table. Let's delete this. Now remember, we wanted to create the month-on-month sale for the first pivot table and pivot chart. So, and remember about the date formatting. So we will be looking on that. Now we will drag order date onto rows here, and you can see here. So this is what I was talking about. So Excel has automatically segmented your dates. We have about 10,000 rows in this particular data set, and it has segregated all the 10,000 rows into 4 different years: 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And if you expand the selection of year, it has segregated again into quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? And if you expand quarter 1, you have month-on-month sales in quarter 1, month-on-month sales in quarter 2, and month-on-month sales in quarter 3, and so on. Right? So this is why I was requesting you to have a proper data formatting for all your dates, right? Which could be really helpful when you want to extract the quarter-on-quarter sales and date-wise sales and year-wise sales, right? So now we wanted to find out month-on-month sales, right? Or year-on-year sales. So where is the sales? Yeah, here we have the sales parameter. Just drag that onto the values, and there you go. Now format this into the currency type. So the currency is dollars, American dollars, and you can eliminate the leading zeros here if you don't want them. There you go. Now you have the whole number here. You can also do the same for this. You can select the entire table. Go to pivot table. Okay, let's check the options provided by ChatGPT. So basically we have created a pivot table, Now we want to create a pivot chart. How do I create a pivot chart? So again, it's making really clear statements and really clear steps. So it's again making sure that you create a pivot table first, right? So we have a pivot table and highlight pivot table data. Click anywhere on your pivot table to highlight the entire range. Insert pivot chart. With the pivot table selected, go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and then click on Pivot Chart and open the Insert Chart dialog box. Choose the type you want and customize the chart. Select the chart. So customizing the chart, we'll look onto it. And fields, if you want to keep a few fields, you can, and if you want to eliminate a few fields, you can also do that. Refresh data. Let's say, why refresh data? See, ChatGPT is so brilliant, right? So let's say I have the sales data until 2023 and now we're in 2024. Let's say we update 2024 onto this particular spreadsheet. And now we have that particular data in the original spreadsheet, but that is missing here. In that scenario, what you can do is just go to data and here you will find the refresh all option. Once you click on this, you can find the 2024 data updated here. For now, we have not added yet, but in case if it's added, all you can do is just refresh your sheet and everything will change. So brilliant suggestion from ChatGPT, and save and share in case if you want to share. So let's follow the same steps. Select any cell in the pivot table, select all the sheets, go to Insert tab, and here recommended charts, or go to the charts option and select the chart that you are looking for. So we are dealing with time, so I would go with the line chart. Just click OK. But in case if you want to create an interactive dashboard, just go to Pivot Table Analyze, and here you have the pivot charts. And again, it will give you the same option. Just select the line chart here and press OK. So you have your line chart over here. So again, if you are editing this, so you can remove the legends if you want, remove anything else, or you can customize that. Okay, there you go. And if you want to edit the name of the chart, you can also do that. So I will do this as MOM sales report. Okay, accordingly I'll change the sheet name. There you go. Right now, quickly we will create the other charts as well. So the process is the same. You can hold control and drag this particular sheet, and you have the next sheet. So the next requirement that we had, that we requested ChatGPT, was the country-wise sales. So everything will remain the same. What changes is, okay, let's close this, and here instead of order data, we will have, okay, let's remove this from rows and quarters, months, right? Country. So we will drag country into rows, and there you go. Now we have countries. Now country wise, so you can select the cell, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and you can select the bar graph. So it automatically gave you the first suggestion as bar graph. Click on that, and you have the bar graph over here. And you can also edit the chart. You don't want the legends, you can remove them, and edit the name of the chart to country-wise sales. So, and quickly drag and drop the sheet again, new pivot table, and here you wanted category-wise sales or segment-wise sales. Close this particular thing, delete this, and instead of country, you're going to add segment to the rows and remove country, and you have segment wise sales. Select any cell on the pivot table, go to Pivot Table Analyze, Pivot Chart, and here you can use any of the available charts here. Let me use the funnel chart, or histogram. Bar chart will be better. Press OK, and there you go. You have the bar chart. Same. Edit your, customize your chart. change the name to segment-wise sales. Hold Control and drag the sheet. Now you have subcategory-wise sales. Instead of segment, you will be selecting the subcategory. You can remove segment. And you can see the chart also changed here. And again, you can do the category-wise sales. So this was segment-wise sales. You can quickly change the segment to category. And you have it. We quickly go back to, so we have done the category-wise, subcategory-wise, region-wise is remaining, and shipment modes. So quickly drag and drop the region, remove subcategory from the list. There you have the region-wise sales. Edit the name. And the last one, which is about the shipment modes. Remove region, and there you go. Now you can create a new dashboard over here and name it as dashboard. You can do some customization to your dashboard, like selecting these cells. Giving it a color. There you go. Now you can quickly copy and paste all these charts to the dashboard. Starting from the month-on-month sales. Copy. And paste. So I'll quickly do all the pastings as soon as possible. There you go. You can also manage the size of these charts so that everything fits onto one sheet. So for now, let's try to unpin this so that we have a little better visual appearance. Okay, not a problem. And now we need some filter, right? So something which can make it a little more interactive. That's when you add slices. And let's say you don't know how to add slices. Back to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, how do I add slices to my dashboard? There you go. So it is telling you to add everything in a step-by-step way, and it also is talking about the interactivity, right? It is asking you to connect all the slices. It's telling you to report the connections, right? If you just add the slices based on one single, okay, basically you need to select one of your charts here and select a pivot table or pivot chart, go to the pivot table or chart and associate with the slicer and insert, and go to the insert tab and insert a slicer. I'll tell you that. So basically it's telling you in a very beautiful way, step-by-step manner, right? And even after adding the slicer, it is telling you to connect all the basically all the charts or all the dashboards and charts you created in this particular tutorial, and connect all those charts to that particular slicer using the report connections option, and you can get the interactivity, right? So in a very beautiful manner, it has explained you. Let's try the way it has explained to us. Go to the dashboard, select any one of it, and go to the insert option. And here you have the slicer, right? So now you have all the slices over here. So basically we wanted what type of slices. So I have created a month-on-month chart. So I'll go with order date slicer, which is here. Then I have created segment-wise sales, so I want segment slicer, country-wise slicer, category and subcategory-wise slicers, region-wise, so region slicer, and do I have anything else? Let's scroll down. That's the last one. So where is the shipment here? Yeah, ship mode. Country, region, category, subcategory, segment, order dates, and ship mode. So I will have multiple slices in one go, right? Now you have to arrange your slices in such a way that they are interactive and they look like they are sorted in one place. So let me do that quickly. We have some space left here in the bottom place of the dashboard. You can also keep your slices there. So what basically ChatGPT meant was, if you try to use the slices here, it will, the changes will reflect only in one of the pivot charts, not on all the pivot charts. So to get that interactivity, to get that connectivity between all the charts, you need to do a small setting which is called as report connections. So select one of the slices over here, right click, and here you have something called report connections. So when you report connections, you have all the pivot charts and pivot tables that you just created. You can just select all those pivot tables that you created and press on OK, so that all these pivot tables are connected to that particular slicer. You can just expand this and check if all the pivot tables are selected. Press OK. Do the same for all the slicers. I'll quickly do that. So there you go. We have interconnected all the charts. Now let's say I want to find out the sales that happened in the latest year. Just go to the filters, select any of the dates, 2023, and you have the data. And if you want to select any particular country, then you can also do that. I want to go with United Kingdom, and in United Kingdom we have all the data here. Let's say I want to check out only for the phones. There you go. Now you have an interactive dashboard which will tell you the sales that happened on the date of 16th of November 2023 in the region United Kingdom for phones, right? And segment is home or office, shipment mode was standard class, and major sales that happen are from North region, and the category is from technology, right? And that's how you create an interactive dashboard using ChatGPT in Excel. So each and every step has been mentioned very clearly by ChatGPT, and you have all the data in one place. So let's quickly remove all the filters. And there you have the entire dashboard.
If you are new to Excel or looking to improve your skills, learning these functions can really help. Excel isn't just making spreadsheets, it's a powerful tool for analyzing data and managing projects. In this guide, we will cover some basic but important Excel functions like sum, average, if, count, and SUMIF. You'll see how these functions do and learn and how to use them with practical examples. This knowledge will help you with daily tasks and make you more confident in using Excel. So let's explore these functions together and see how they can make handling data easier and more efficient. Let's get going and make the most of your data with Excel. Why learn basic Excel functions and formulas? Functions and formulas are crucial for mastering Excel. By learning even a few essential ones, you can outpace many around you. They are fundamental for daily Excel tasks. To deepen your knowledge or explore advanced functions, consider exploring a comprehensive database of all existing Excel functions. Microsoft consistently updates Excel, introducing new functions like XLOOKUP in Microsoft 365, enhancing your data management capabilities. So now let's move on to the demo part. Okay, so first we will understand the sum function in Excel. As we know, the sum function in Excel is used to add up the numbers. It provides a quick way to calculate the total of several values, whether they are typed into a function directly included within a range of cells. So these are the cells. So you just have to type the numbers in this cell and give the function over here, and it will give you the desired result. Let's check how. So first we will understand the sum function. I'll just write it over here. So the first step is like open your Excel file in your computer and select any column or row. So like here I'm selecting the column. For instance, you might just put them in cells A1 till A5. So in the A1 part I've mentioned sum for your understanding. So we'll start with A2. We'll type all the values over here. So just type any values like I'm typing 40. Then we have 78, then 35, and then we have 67. From A2 till A5, we have typed the values. And using the formula in the formula bar, it will add all the numbers from cell A2 till A5, and it will display in this particular cell. So just select the cell where you want your answer to be shown, and just insert the formula over here. The formula for sum function is equal to sum A1 till A5. So we just go back to this bar and just select this particular cell. And here in this bar, just type the formula A1 till A5. But then here we have A2. So we're just going to change it to A2 till A5. All right. And just press enter. So here you get the value 220. Which is the sum of all the values which we have mentioned over here. So it was pretty simple, right? Now let us understand the if function in Excel. Okay. So the if function in Excel is used to perform logical tests and return values based on the results of these tests. This function checks whether a condition is true or false and then returns one value for a true result and another for a false result. It is extremely useful for decision-making process within your dataset. Let us now understand what are the steps to use this if function. So just input your data and put any numeric values in the cells from B2 till B5, okay? So 56, 90, 36, 23, and here I want my result to be shown. So I'll just insert the formula here in the function bar. So, okay, just check out the formula for if function, which is equal to if A1 if greater than 800, above 300, 300 or below. So let's see how it works. We're just gonna enter the formula. Okay. So this will tell Excel to check if the value of B2 is greater than 300. If true, it will display above 300. And if false, it will display 300 or below. Let's check it out. Okay. So there's a mistake. I'm gonna paste the formula here again. So in place of A1, we will mention B2. We'll just type B2 over here. If greater than 300, above 300 or 300 below. Just press enter. So we'll just enter the formula over here and in place of A1, we will provide B2, alright? So we just type here B2. That's it. And we just press enter. So you can see the result has come to 300 or below because the value is less than 300. And you can also drag and fill handle from B1 down to B5 and apply the same logic in other columns as well, and it will give you the same result. Let us now understand the next function, which is the average function in Excel. The average function. And okay, so what is this average function used for? Basically, the average function in Excel, it will calculate the mean or average of numbers provided to it. This function is particularly useful for quickly finding the central values in a set of data, which can be helpful in various statistical analysis. Let us now understand the steps to use the average function. So the first step is like you just click on the cell wherever you want your value to appear. All right, so just provide any values. Suppose let's provide some bigger values like bigger numbers like 430. Here we type 278. Then we have 98. Then we have 79. And here I want my value to be shown. So I'll just insert the average formula, which is, let's check out the formula, which is equal to average. What is the column we have chosen? From C2. So we'll just type C2 over here till C2 till C5. C5. All right. And we will just press enter. So as you can see, the average function value is shown over here. So after pressing enter, the Excel will compute and display the average of all the cells in the selected cell. The next function is the minimum and maximum functions in Excel. It's very simple. Let's discuss what is the minimum and maximum function used for. The min and the max functions in Excel are used to find the minimum and maximum values within a given range of data. These functions are useful for quickly identifying the smallest and largest numbers in a data set, helping you to analyze different ranges efficiently. So let us now understand what are the steps to use this formula. It's very simple. Just type any values over here, 500. Next we have 389. Then we have 200, 190, 198. And here I want my value to be shown, the minimum value. So in the function bar, I'll just type the function, which is equal to min, and in the bracket, you just mention the column, which is starting from D2, right? So D2 till D5. So just type the formula over here. And after pressing enter, you can see the minimum value shown over here is 198. And it's similar for the maximum function as well. So for the max, let's use some different values. And I want my function to be shown here. So same, you have to use the same formula. Just type in place of max, in place of minimum, we are using the max function. So just type max, and then the column name, which is from, I think, yeah, E. So just type, so in place of, we will just write E. Okay, sorry. We just type E2 till, I think it's still E5, right? E5. That's it. And just press enter. So you can see the maximum value shown over here. That is 800. So it's very simple. The Excel will display the largest and the minimum value using min and max functions. The next is to understand the trim function in Excel. Let us now understand the trim function in Excel. So basically, this trim function in Excel is used to remove all the extra spaces from text except for a single space between words. This function is specially used for cleaning up the data that comes from other sources of data that has been entered inconsistently. Let us now understand the steps to use this trim functions. It is same as we have seen for all these functions. The only difference is that this trim function will exclude the spaces. So assume your text data with some extra spaces in cells. Suppose over here I type any sentence, any text, okay, like hello, and then I provide some extra space, everyone. And suppose I want my value to be inserted over here to remove all the extra space, or if you want some bigger text, you can do that. But let us now check how this trim functions work for this text. Just click on the cell where you want your clean text to appear. That is F6. And using the function over here, just write equal to trim. And then in place of, you just have to mention over here, which is F2. Which is F2. Just press enter. Now you can see that I've provided some extra spaces over here, but here using the trim function, it will remove all the extra space and just make it in a clean manner. So you can also drag the fill handle from B1, like from this F2 down to G2 and all of that, and then you can use the trim function in other column as well to clean up the text. The second function is the concatenate function. So let's discuss the concatenate function over here. Okay. So this concatenate function in Excel is used to join two or more text strings into one string. It helps in combining data from different cells, which can be useful for creating full names from first and last names, combining addresses, or any situation where text needs to be merged. So let us now look the steps how to use this concatenate function. So just assume that you have written your name. Suppose I've written Andrew in this column H2, and here I have written Garfield. Now what if I want to combine Andrew Garfield together? So just by using this concatenate function, I can make it happen. All right, so if I want my result to be shown in this particular cell, I'll just click on this, and then in the function bar, I'll just enter the formula, which is equal to concatenate, and then I have to mention the cell name, which is H. This is H2, right? H2 till, and this one is I2. So I'll just mention the, yeah, and here after mentioning, okay, I have to provide some space over here. So I'll just put comma and then some space, then comma, and then here I'll just I2. Alright, and here I'll just press enter. So you can see in this particular row, Andrew Garfield, both name has been combined, concatenated together into a single name. So this is how we use the concatenate function. And the next function we have is the count function in Excel. Let us now understand how to use this count function. Okay, the count function in Excel is used to specifically count the number of cells that contain numbers in a range. It's a crucial function for quickly assessing the numbers density in a dataset, especially when dealing with mixed data types. We'll just assume that you have added transaction counts in column J, starting from column J2 till J5. So the transaction counts are as follows: 7, 89, 90, 100 till J5. And then click on the cell where you want your count to appear, say J6. And then you just go to the formula bar and just enter the formula over there, which is equal to count bracket. This should be J2 till J5. And just press enter. And you can see the Excel will display the number of cells that contain numbers in column J, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this was all for count, concatenate, trim, max, min, average, if, and sum functions. Next we have is the count A function. Let us now understand what is this count A function used for and how is it different from count function. So this count A function in Excel counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. It is useful for determining the size of data sets that include various types of data, such as numbers, text, or even logical values. So it will just count the number of non-empty cells in a specific column. Just click on the cell where you want the count to appear. Okay, let me just tell you the difference between count and count function is that the count function generally used to count a range of cells containing numbers or dates, excluding blank. Whereas this count A function will count everything, including numbers, dates, text, or a range containing a mixture of these items, but does not count blank cells. So suppose if I enter 56 and I leave it blank, and then I enter 98, and then again I leave it, okay, and then just enter 56, and I want my formula to be shown over here. So I'll just go in this formula bar and just enter equal to count A, and then from K column, this is K column, right? K2 till K5. Okay, and I just press enter. So as you can see, it's showing 3. 1, 2, 3. It will not count the extra space or the empty cell we have left behind. And also one more thing, that we can also type text over here. It's not necessary to type only the numbers. You can also type the text. For example, I type apple. Here I type banana. Okay. Here is the function. Just press enter, it will count 3, which is 1, 2, and 3. So this count A function is used both for text as well as the dates as well as the numeric values, but the count function is only used for the numeric values and a date. It will not count the text over here. Now let us understand the COUNTIF function in Excel. We have now understood count and COUNTIF function and what is the difference between both of these functions. We will now understand the COUNTIF function over here. So let's understand the COUNTIF function. Okay, so this COUNTIF function is used to count the number of cells in a range that meet a specified criteria. This function is valuable for filtering and analyzing data based on specific conditions. To count the number of transactions that exceeds a certain amount of value, a threshold value, for example 5. Just click on the cell and suppose you want your values to appear in column L2. So suppose I type here 89, 7, 3 and 5. And here I will enter the formula which is equal to COUNTIF, and then from L2 till L5. Okay, just close the bracket. And here you just also have to input the threshold value. Suppose I take the threshold value as let's say 3 or let's say 5. Okay, let's take it 5. So this is my threshold value greater than 5. So it will display only the numbers which are greater than 5. And I just press enter. So you can see it's showing 2, okay? Because 7 and 89 are the only two values which are greater than 5. So you can see that using any threshold function, even if I could have written over here, let's say 3, so it will show 3 because the numbers greater than 3 are 5, 7 and 89. So this is how COUNTIF function works. We will now understand the last function, which is the SUMIF function in Excel. So what is the SUMIF function used for? Basically, the SUMIF function in Excel allows you to add up values in a range based on specified criteria. This function is extremely useful for performing conditional sums, where you can want to show the sum numbers that meet certain condition. So to calculate the sum of transactions where the number is greater than 5, click on the cell where you want your total number to appear. Let's say over here I select which is M6, and you just have to enter the formula. Before that, just write any number values like 7, 5, 3 and 10. And over here, just mention the formula which is equal to sum if, and the column name is starting from M2 till M5. Value should be greater than 5, comma, this is M2, right? M2 till M5. That's it. And we'll just press enter. So it's showing 17. So based on this formula bar, the formula will check the values from M2 till M5, and if the number is greater than 5 and sum only those number. So as I've mentioned the value 5, so it will only calculate, it will only sum numbers which are greater than 5, which are 10 and 7, which is equal to 17. So this is how the SUMIF function is used. We have come to the end of our video, and this was all for the top 10 most important basic Excel functions.
In today's video, we are diving into Power Pivot in Excel. So if not aware, Power Pivot is a powerful tool in Excel that allows you to import and analyze large data sets from multiple sources. For example, if you have any separate data sets for sales transactions and product details, the Power Pivot enables you to link them together using a common identifier like the product ID, create custom calculations with DAX like the total or average sales, and quickly generate interactive reports like the pivot tables. Basically, it simplifies the complex data analysis, making it easier to work with the large amounts of data without relying on traditional formulas, and help users create meaningful insights in a more efficient and error-free way. By the end of this video, you will be equipped with everything you need to master Power Pivot. In this video, we will cover activating the Power Pivot as an Excel add-in, creating relationships between tables, calculating the profit, total profit, and more, and wrapping it up with KPIs to filter data like a pro. This video is packed with exciting and super informative tips to level up your Excel game. So, I am inside Excel, and before going to the pivot table, I have a list of data over here. I have basically three tables: the salaries, transaction, and the employee. And we can see that some columns is common, like the employee level over here, and in the salary sheet, and the level column in the employee sheet. They are the same. So let's get started with installing Power Pivot. For that, we need to go to File and then Options. And here in the add-ins, as I have already activated it, so it is in my active application add-ins. You will find it over here in the activate application add-ins if you have not activated. And you can just click over here, and in manage Excel add-ins, you can go for COM add-ins as it is a type of COM add-in, and then click on OK. So I am inside Excel, and before going to the pivot table, I have a list of data over here. I have basically three tables: the salaries, transactions, and the employee table. And we can see that we have some columns in common, like the employee level in the salaries table, and in the employee table we have a level section. These are basically the same. So let's get started with installing Power Pivot. For that, go to File and then Options. And here in the options, then you have to go to this add-ins and select Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel. It is in my active application add-ins as I have already activated it. You will find it in an inactivated application add-ins if you have not activated it. So you have to just click on it, and in spite of Excel add-ins, you have to go for COM add-ins as it is a type of COM add-in, and then click on Go. And when you click on Go, you will have a drop down over here. In that drop down, you have to select Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel and just click on OK. And there up in this section, you can see this Power Pivot just got available. And now we can close the file and open a new Excel file where we will do the calculations and analysis. A blank workbook. So we need to cross this. And in the new Excel file, you can click on Power Pivot and then click on Manage, and this will take you to the Power Pivot in Excel sheet. Right now we don't have any data, so let's import data from the external sources. So let's go to external data from other sources, and you just need to scroll down and you will find the Excel file over here, and then click on Next. And when you click on Next, you will get this Excel file path. Basically, you need to locate the place where you have already saved your Excel file. So click on Browse, and as I have already kept in it my downloads, I will just open this. I will tick this box as use first row as column headers and click on Next. And now you will see the three available tables over here, and I want to import all the three and hit on Finish. After it is being initiated, you can close this. And when you close this, now we can see everything is uploaded over here. We have employees, salaries, and transaction. Now that we have whole data over here, you can do the diagram view and see. Let's go back to data view and try to delete this. Delete. Yeah. Now we can go to this diagram view and let's build some relationships. We can now basically connect staff ID over here with that staff ID of the transaction table. So you can just click over here and attached to this. So it has created a relationship. Same goes for the employee level. The employee level under the salaries table and this level under this employee table will connect this. So it got connected. So now that we have basically added connection, it's no longer just 3 tables, but one large data model. Now we will go back to this data view and we can basically add columns if we want. As we have the selling price and the cost price, we will find out the profit. And add a column, you need to write here just equals. You have to just click the selling price minus this cost price and just click enter over here. This is basically our profit, and now we will rename this as profit. Now we have the staff ID. What if we want to know their names as well, not only their staff IDs? Now basically we will write over here equals related, and you will get a suggestion over here as related, and then if you click on enter you will get all these options. Now basically I want this employee name to be written, and click enter and close this parenthesis, and finally click enter and see you have got the names. Now what about measures? Assume we want the sum of all the profit we all made. We will go down somewhere over here and select a cell, and over here I will write equals sum and click on enter, and then choose profits, and I will close this parenthesis and put on enter. See, it's done. Now I can rename this as total profit as it looks good, and click on enter. Definitely it will change here in the cell as well. Now we are all set to begin the analysis, and click on just pivot table and then click on existing worksheet and just OK. It may seem like a normal pivot table, but it's not. We actually have 3 tables over here: employees, salaries, and transactions. Let's assume we want to see which employee is getting what revenue. So under employees, we will drag their names to rows. And we want the revenue that will be under the transaction table, selling price, and I will drag you 2 values. Then if you want to see the level they belong to, under salaries, we can often go to employee level and add it to the columns. Now it looks good. Now when you move forward, just beside these measures we have KPIs, and click on KPI, new KPI. We can have an absolute value, like for example I'll give 20,000. That is a target value basically, and I will choose this icon and I'll click on OK. Now I will clean it a bit. Okay, I will only have profit and values under it. So under the transaction, we will go to this total profit. I'll click on status and see I have got this. Anna and John is basically not doing well. They have basically failed to achieve the target, and the whole team may be not doing very good. This Alex and Sam, they are basically having a not so good one, but yeah, they have passed it, and Jones too.
So, Microsoft 365 Copilot is one of the latest AI products launched by Microsoft. So, the Microsoft 365 Copilot will be your AI assistant for all your Office suites from Microsoft. So it can help you ease up your process of making PowerPoint presentations. It can help you write down the notes on Microsoft Word and many more. But today we will be using this particular 365 Copilot for our data analytics using Excel. So let me remind you, this particular AI tool works with the versions of Microsoft Office 365 and later, right? Now, there should be a new feature added onto your Excel on the top right corner of your home button. But again, if it's not, it's completely alright. You can use your Microsoft home button where you can find the Microsoft 365 Copilot. So let's navigate to the home button. Yeah, now I'm on my home button, and here you can see a small icon which is completely new out of nowhere. This is your Copilot, right? And you can just click on it and you can fire your Copilot. And today's point of discussion is about Copilot with Microsoft Excel. So when you are starting Excel, there are some prerequisites when you're working with Copilot. So currently it is in the preview mode. So it is capable of using some dataset which is in the tabular format. I have converted this into a tabular format. It's really simple. Control A to select all the cells, and then Control T to convert this table. The option my dataset has headers, and okay, so your dataset will be converted into a table. And another prerequisite is when you pop up the Microsoft Copilot, it will ask you for a dataset which is under 1000 kilobytes. So my dataset here is about 800 kilobytes, which should be here. So the only process is you just have to click on this particular option which says attachments, go to the dataset that you want to work today. So I'll be selecting my sales EU copy and just press open. It will take a little time because it's completely new, so it might take a little time for that. So the only catch is Microsoft Copilot is a little slow compared to the other competitive Copilots or AI modules. It's not a big deal. They will catch up soon. Let's wait for some time while the dataset loads, and then you can fire some of the commands. Let's say I have given my command here, please help me create a regional wise sales report for this dataset. And you can also give a few more commands, right? So it's loaded right now. You can see the icon here. Now you can write down, give me country wise sales report, and just fire the command. You can also perform all your data analytics, what you regularly do, right? When you have a sales data set, you might be wondering what it can do and what it cannot. You just have to build a story about the report, what you want to create, and then just, write it down to the Copilot, and it will generate the report that you are looking for. Currently, it is working on the country-wise sales report, so it should be giving me the report shortly. It's okay. So there are some problems with this. So maybe it's the dataset data type. So here we have country, and the data is general. So you might want to change that to text format or character format. So you have the text data type here, and just okay. Now save it back. Now you can ask the Copilot once again. Okay, or let's try to do a different one. Okay, now here we have the order date in column C, right? Now let's say I wanted to find out which day did they visit, right? Is it a Friday, is it a Saturday or Monday, right? So just try to ask the Copilot. Let me write it down. Can you help me find out which week of the day was an order placed? We have a column named order date. Column is C. We need a new column that tells me the day of the week when an order was placed. So let's fire the command. Now it should give us a column D, which is an empty column right next to order date, or it should give us the steps to do the same. Just fire the command. It might take a little while. Okay, here we have it. Certainly I'll create a new column D in your dataset. Great. this is what we needed, and so on. Let's try to ask another query. Can you tell me name of the customer with highest sale record in the dataset? So the previous query which we fired at will not be reflected on this particular dataset, but it can be reflected on the dataset that we shared with the Copilot here. So currently I don't have a direct connection with my Excel over here. I think it should be taking some time for getting me that update over here. But anyways, it will be updated in the dataset that it is currently dealing with. That's not a problem. Now let us see what's the answer. I apologize, but it seems that I'm unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. It's okay. Let's try to file. There are some discrepancies, but it should be resolved soon. But let's try some other thing like region-wise sale. So let's say you are an Excel expert, so you can do it within a few fraction of seconds. You can just apply filters and get that data. But there are a lot of people new to Excel. So for them, the Copilot from Microsoft could be a boon, right? But down the line, there are improvements rolling out, so I could predict that it could be a lot faster and you can have seamless integration with your Microsoft Excel and your Copilot, and things could be a lot easier, right? So far, we have the result over here. So it is giving us a few results and it is finding a little difficulty to extract a few. That shouldn't be a problem in a few couple of days where the new updates roll out. So proceeding ahead, let's try to give it another query or so. So let's check the data set. So here we have the categories and subcategories. I think we can give it, okay, can you give me the category wise profits? So here we can identify which category is performing really good and giving us highest number of profits. So I think let's check out if we have a profits column. Yes, we do have a profits column over here. So let's check that. Brilliant, right? So it's giving us distilled reports in one prompt. So that should be helpful for any of the data analysts which are aspiring, right? And which don't have any idea about how Excel really works. Okay, it seems that I'm able to extract text content from uploaded files. Okay, let's try to copy this and write it down as, okay, is it category? Okay, let's copy this as well. I think it's about the case, right? Category, subcategory. Okay, let's fire subcategory. Category sales report. Okay, it's giving us the previous answer to the previous query. Okay, I think this should help. It's unable to extract a lot of answers so far currently. There should be some discrepancy, but down the line it should be fixed. Unable to extract any text content from the uploaded file. Okay, so basically that's how you can work with your Copilot in Microsoft 365 Excel. So there are some discrepancies so far, so it should be fixed down the line. So that's how you can use Copilot in Excel for your data analytics. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on Microsoft 365 Copilot for Excel. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require any of the resources that we used in the session, like the dataset that we used, which is in tabular format and under 1000 kilobytes, please do let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries and the earliest. Let us know your experience working with Copilot in Excel, and we can learn a thing or two from you as well. Today, we will learn how to use Microsoft Power Query. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the topic, which is how to use Microsoft Power Query. So, imagine you have a lot of data. It can be an Excel file, it can be a PDF, SQL database, cloud, or anything. If it is data, it's your data, right? So you have a lot of data. Now, you have the source of the data. After that, I'm absolutely sure that the data is not clean enough to perform some analysis. So you go through another step where you have to clean your data from unwanted rows and columns which doesn't make sense or might have some invalid data, right? So you need to make sure that your data is completely accurate and has some standards for your analysis, right? So that's the next step, which is clean and transform. After the clean and transform step, you have the next step, which is load that particular data to your platform. It could be Excel, it could be some data visualization tool like Tableau, Power BI, etc. Right? And after that, you generate some meaningful information of that. You create some pivot tables, pivot charts, and line graphs, etc. Right? So which makes some sense of that data. You'll understand what exactly is happening with your business, how many leads or how many traffic orders, what's right, and which is the best performing product, which is the worst performing product, and you need to take some decisions on your business which can make some impact on your overall profit or revenue, right? So imagine if you want to do this for an year. If you get 1 year's data and you do it in a day or two, it's fine. And if it's on a monthly basis, you get month-on-month data and you want to do it, okay, it could not be worse. You can spend 1 or 2 days and it's fine. But what if it's week on week? You start to think, right? What if it's a daily task? It's a mundane task, right? You have to do all these steps step by step repetitively, and it doesn't make you interested anymore in that particular type of job. And the major point of this is you end up spending more time on cleaning the data, transforming, loading it. And the worst part, you don't get proper time, specific time which you want to actually dedicate to plan out something and bring up strategies to improve your business, right? So what if you could automate this, right? What if there is someone who could perform all these steps for you in the way you want, and you can actually have some time to produce some pivot tables, pivot charts, and then understand what exactly is happening with your business and find out some critical points where you can improvise and bring up some good revenue. What if there was someone who can perform all these steps for you, clean your data, transform it the way you want, load it to your platform, and help you create your pivot charts and pivot tables, and actually save you a lot of time where you can spend all that time understanding your critical points where you need attention, you can fix them and plan some strategies out to bring out some good revenue, right? That exact someone who can do all these steps for you and automate your data cleaning, data transformation, and loading tasks for you is exactly the Microsoft Power Query. So you can use Microsoft Power Query either in Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Power BI, right? Now let's kind of generate some data. So this data will be generated using ChatGPT, and we will not generate data which is not small, like for a week on week analysis or a day by day analysis. We will create data for years. So we will take 5 consecutive years starting from 2020 to 2024, and we will have some data generated using ChatGPT, and we will automate that data and try to get some analysis done, right? Let's jump on to ChatGPT. So before we go to ChatGPT, I have a prompt written here. So this particular prompt will guide or explain ChatGPT what exactly you want, right? So you're giving some, like the Excel data right over here, we have order date, order ID, ship mode, and customer name, customer ID, everything, right? So we have the sales, quantity, discount, profit, etc. So in the same format or a similar format, if not the same format, we are explaining ChatGPT that we need these columns, the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. And we want all these files in a downloadable Excel file links, right? So you can also specify this column should have certain things, and this column can have certain things, right? So we will copy this prompt and head back to ChatGPT, and you can just paste the prompt and hit enter. There you go. Now your request is being analyzed, and shortly you should be receiving some downloadable Excel files or some recommendations from ChatGPT. I've already performed this process and we have already downloaded some data. So there you go. You have the data from 2020 to 2024. You can just click on this to download the file. So I've already done this job and I've downloaded the files. So those files are exactly in my downloads here. So if you go to downloads, here we have orders data for 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. So this orders data has just one file, which is orders 2020. So we will perform the data cleaning. So first we will specify the source of the data. Then we will perform the data cleaning and transformation process. Then we load this particular Excel 2020 data into Excel. And then we load this Excel data into the visualization tool. We'll use Excel for this. And then generate some pivot tables and pivot charts. We will only do this for one file, which is 2020, right? Now, what's the surprising part is this particular file will also get data continuously for the next year 2021, for the next year 2022, for the next year 2023, and the current year 2024, right? When we just copy paste or cut, copy paste these files into this particular folder, the same transformation steps, the same data cleaning steps, and the same data loading steps, and also including the analysis will be done for you in the Excel pivot table, right? The process has been just automated, right? So you can see that happening. For that, let's open a new Excel file. So I have the Excel folder right over here. So a new blank Excel workbook will be opened. And if you go to data, here you have get data. As we said, it can be a file, it can be an Excel file, XML, JSON, PDF, it can be from cloud, it can be from a SQL database, any other source. If it's data, you can work from it. So we will give a file here, right? So just, okay. So we will give a file here. So select file and go to the last option, which reads as from folder, right? So go to downloads and select that orders data. Yeah, go to downloads and select that orders data. Remember, this particular folder should have only one file according to us, which is 2020 data, the first year's data, right? Select the folder and open. And this should include the data of only one file, which is orders 2020, right? So if you have multiple files, you can either combine, transform, and load. If you have just one file, you can just go with the transformation option over here, or you can load if you are comfortable with what you have. So I feel there are some minor changes which I would like to make to my data. So I would go with the transform option. Now, the Power Query window will shortly open. Now with the Power Query window opened, you can select the orders 2022 Excel folder and it will be loaded. Now let's try to click on the content button over here, which should load our data. Now you can go with the first file. So here's the preview as we expected. We have the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. Let's press on OK. So the data has been successfully loaded, right? Now we have the first column as source name, which we will not be needing anymore. And you can just remove that. Order ID is fine. Order date is fine. Is it? No, right? So you can just select both the columns and change the data type, right? So here you have the option of change the data type, where you will change the data type from a whole number to date, so that you get a date, right? So you have that. The first transformation step, changing data type, has been recorded here. So this is like Excel VBX or macro, which will save all the steps and will apply to all the upcoming files, right? You have to change the type of delivery date as well. So we will be finding the how many days it took to deliver, or if the delivery got delayed, right? So we can test that. And here, if you see, yes, we requested customer ID and customer name. So we got customer ID along with the name. So we don't want that. We want that in two separate columns. We can do that. So you can just select the entire column, go to the split column option over here, select by delimiter. So I think it all automatically recognized that for us. But there is one loophole. We have a space delimiter space option. So just press OK, and they should be helping us with the customer ID. So let's rename the customer ID to just customer ID, and this to customer name space name, right? And that's done. Here we have product, which is fine, quantity is fine, traffic is fine, leads is fine, orders, and here comes the money part. So we have revenue, cost to company. So we don't know the profit yet, right? So to calculate the profit, what you need to do is subtract revenue from cost to the company, and automatically you will get your profit. So in some instances, you might get a negative value. Don't worry about that, because that can be a discount offer or some 50% off, 75% off that you regularly sell out your products which are selling in less numbers, so that you can just, move out the products from the stock. So that can be done. And order status. So we have order status as delivered in transit, not delivered yet, or order cancelled, right? So we might have to rule out some status here, right? So we are calculating profit here. So we don't want the profit for cancelled orders or not delivered. Okay, maybe not delivered orders. This might be considered as the cost to company and revenue, because it takes some delay to refund the amount to the customers. So we can just add a filter to this particular column, and we will unselect not delivered products and order cancelled products. So not delivered happens when the vendor is not available to deliver the product to the delivery agencies. So in that case, the order gets automatically cancelled, and the order will be the money will be refunded to the customer. So we will rule out these. Now the data is clean. Now, as we thought to calculate the profit, select these two columns, first revenue, then cost to company, because we are subtracting cost to company from revenue, right? So we will go to add to column and standard, and here we have some options. So we will subtract that. So we will get the profit here. So now you can name it as profit. Done. So we just move that column to the money part of this particular data set. So profit, cost to company, and revenue are the money parts. So we will change data type from just values to currency, right? So then that should be converted into the dollars format. Now the first one, we don't need this source name, so you can just rule out this. You can just remove this column, and there you go. Now you have a clean data. You have the order ID, order date, delivery date. Yeah, we forgot the another part of this particular data set transformation, where we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. Okay, I think we changed order ID, so we don't want this. So the first, okay, let's change this to the whole number as it was. Okay, so order ID, fine. Now we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. So we will select the delivery date first, and then the order date second. Go to add column, and we will select subtract in days, and we should have that. Now let's change the subtraction name to days to deliver. And you can move this column, right? Select the whole column and hold it, drag it, and you can move this column along with the dates part of this data set, where we have the ordered date and delivered date, right over here. And you will find how many days it took to deliver a certain product. Now let's recheck once. Order ID, order date, delivery date, days to deliver, customer ID, customer name, what product did he or she order, and what quantity, and the traffic which we received to the website, the number of leads we got out of those traffic numbers, the number of orders we got out of those leads, and what's the revenue we got out of those orders, and what was the cost of the company, and what is the profit that we made out of that order, right? And we also have the order status. Remember, we only considered remember, we only considered two types, right? We considered in transit and delivered statuses only. We ruled out cancelled orders and not delivered orders so that we have accurate results of our profit made and revenue made out of this, right? Now I'm completely satisfied with my transformation and the cleaning of my dataset. Now let's go to home, and here we have the option of close and load. So we will go with that, and this particular dataset should be loaded to the data visualization where we have selected Excel, right? So we have the orders data for 2020, correct? Okay, let's not add date here because after all, we will have some more data for 2021, 2, 3, and 4, right? So let it be the way it is. And if you just check the filter here, we have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year, 2020. And if you go to the delivery date, which let's say if you have an order placed on December 31st and it got delivered on January 5th or something, so you'll have a little bit of a part of 2021 data, which is completely all right, not to be worried about. So the main important thing is order date. So we want the order dates of 2020. So that is loaded here, right? Now you can just select the whole data set over here, and you can add or insert some pivot tables here, right, from the selected range. And let's go with the default option, which creates a new sheet and everything in a new location. Right here you have it. Now let's say you wanted to make out some insights from this data set. Let's delete the other sheet which we don't want, and let's name it as pivot. Now the products will be loaded to the columns, and profit will be loaded to values. So you have a data set over here, sum of profit from beds, chairs, cupboards, sofa, teapot. So here you have the pivot table which has sum of profit, bed, chair, cupboard, sofa, teapot, and grand total. Sum of profits made from these, and these. Now select this entire data and go to the insert option here. Go to the pivot chart, and here automatically here you can see that it is suggesting or recommending us to go for the bar chart, which is a lot more better. Just select OK, and you have your pivot chart over here, right? And see the grand total here, 224811 4.15. Now this is only for 1 year of data. Now what we will do is go back to the downloads folder, select the remaining years, which is 2021, 2, 3, and 4, add that to the file location. So let's quickly go to our folder here and go to downloads, select the folders. I'm going to cut them from here, go to orders data and paste them here, right? Now our job is done. If we go back to the data here, go to home and data. Okay, so now that we have added the data to our folder, go to the orders data and here select the data segment and just select refresh all. So everything is refreshed. Now let's check the order date filter, and we will have all the 5 years from 2020 to 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's press OK for that. And if you go to the pivot table, you can also see the changes here. Just press refresh all, and there you go, you have the updated data right over here. Now that saved a lot of time for you, and now that time can be utilized to plan a strategy and focus on the lower parts of your business and improvise them and bring a big change to the revenue. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on how to use Microsoft Power Query.
Today, we are going to talk about ANOVA in Microsoft Excel, and I will walk you through a step-by-step guide on how to perform this in Excel. But before we dive into that, let's first take a quick look at what ANOVA really means. ANOVA, which is analysis of variance in Excel, is a statistical method to compare the means of 3 or more groups to see if they are significantly different from each other. It helps determine if variations in data are due to real differences or random chance. It's useful because it helps in finding differences as it shows if groups have different results. It saves time as it tests all the groups at once. It clears insights and helps make decisions based on our data. For example, if a teacher wants to compare the effectiveness of the 3 different teaching methods on students' math scores, they can divide the class into 3 groups of 14 students each. Using ANOVA, the teacher can analyze the math scores to determine if one teaching method is truly better or if the differences in scores are due to chance. Now that we have a basic understanding of what ANOVA actually is, let's get into Excel and see how you can easily calculate this using the built-in tools. I have a sample of data in my Excel to perform the ANOVA over. There is an amazing feature in Excel that many people are not even aware about. Is a data analysis toolpack. If you have not come across this word, the Data Analysis Toolpack in Excel is an add-in that provides the advanced data analysis tools for statistical and engineering calculations. It simplifies the complex data analysis task by offering the built-in features to perform various statistical tests and data processing without needing to write formulas manually. So we need to ensure first if we have activated the toolpack correctly. So for that, we need to go to the File and then Options. And then we have to move to add-ins, and here in the Manage, you have to choose for the Excel add-ins and click on Go. After that, you need to click on this Analysis Toolpack and click on OK. Now when you see the topmost bar, that is the data, if you click on this data, you will see a data analysis button over here. Now we are all set to perform the analysis of variance. To perform this, I will click on Data Analysis button, and from there I will choose ANOVA single factor and select on OK. Now here in the input range, we need to enter the range of the cells containing your data. For that, I will click on this upper arrow button and highlight my cells that are containing the data. The next option is grouped by, depicts how your data is arranged in your sheet. If it is arranged in a column like I have arranged, choose columns, and if it is arranged in a row, go for the rows. Now here in the labels in the first row, if you have labels like mine, like group A, group B and group C, do tick this button. Then alpha is generated, and here in the output options, this is where you want your result to be returned. The first option is the output range, is where you can specify a particular cell where you want your result to be returned. The second option will enter the answer in a new worksheet, and the third option will enter the result in a particularly new Excel file. I will choose the second option and will name it as ANOVA. Now we have got this result. Within just one click, you can definitely get the ANOVA single factor results. Now I will explain each factor, what it means, count, sum, average, variance, SSDF, MS, etc. in the next PPT. So the first table depicts a summary of the data available in the analysis. So the first one we have got is count. Count is the total number of data points in each group. Here, in group A, group B and group C, we have 14 data points. Now moving on, we have sum. Sum is the total value if we add up all the values in each group. So the sum of group A is 958, sum of group B is 1093 and sum of group C is 1280. Now moving on, we have average. Average is the sum divided by the total number of data points in each group. So the average of group A is 68.42, the average of group B is 78.07 and the average of group C is 91.42. Now, lastly we have variance. Variance is the average of the square differences from the mean. Now, the variance of group A is 141.34, the variance of group B is 209.60 and the variance of group C is 119.49. Now the second table here is divided into 3 groups, the between groups, within groups and total. So the first row depicts the result when the between rows are classed as a source of variation. The second row depicts when the source of variation is within the groups. And finally the last row is just the total. Now we will see what each column represents. So the first one we have is SS. SS stands for sum of squares. Between group SS is the total variation explained by the differences between the groups. Within group SS is actually the total variation within the groups due to the random error or individual variability. And the total SS is the sum of the between group SS and within group SS. So the between group SS over here is 3735.19, within group SS is 6115.78, and the total SS is 9850.97. Now moving on, we have DF. DF stands for degrees of freedom. This is calculated slightly differently. For between groups, DF is the number of groups present in your data minus 1. I have 3 groups, so 3 minus 1, I have got 2. To determine this within groups, DF is the number of observations minus the number of groups, that is 42 minus 3, that is equal to 39. Then we have MS. MS stands for mean square. You can think it as the variance for each source of variation. To calculate this, we can simply divide the sum of squares by the degrees of freedom. Now moving on, we have F. F stands for F statistic. Here the F statistic is calculated as MS between the groups divided by the MS within the groups, and it is equal to 11.90954. Now moving on, we have the F critic. F critic stands for F critical value. It is calculated easily by Excel, or you can perform it manually by looking at the critical value table. So the F statistics is then compared with the F critical value. If the F statistical value is greater than the F critical value, we can conclude that the test is significant. Now moving on, we have the p-value. The probability of obtaining an F statistic as extreme as or more than the observed value assuming the null hypothesis is true. A small p-value that is less than 0.05 suggests that the significant differences between groups exist. As my p-value is more than the alpha level, that is the 0.05, we fail to reject the null hypothesis. Therefore, there is no difference between the means of the 3 groups.
Now, before we get started, let's look at the website through which we want to pull the data. Now, this is the stock analysis website that we are looking at, and we want to pull this particular data from this particular data set. So here we have some sample data, and this is the table that we are looking at. Now, if you expand each and everything from this data set, we have a few more couple of tables. You can also go through that. But now, let's focus on this particular data, right? Now, we need to switch to Microsoft Excel. So here, you can see you have a lot of options here. And if you see into the data, here you have an option that says Get Data. And here you can pull data not just from a website, you can also pull data from an existing workbook, from a database, from cloud, or any other. If it's data, you can just pull it. Now that's the best feature of Microsoft Excel. Now, if you just go to the bottom section here, which says Other Sources, and here select the From Web option. This will open a Power Query window for you. But before we get started on pulling the data, we need to do one more thing, which is about copying the URL, which you need to paste it somewhere here. Let's go back to the website. Now you can just copy the URL, go back to Excel, and here you can paste the URL and press on OK. Now here you go. You have established a successful connection with the particular website. Now here you have a couple of tables in that particular website. Now just click on those tables and you can see the sample preview of the data you're looking at. Table 0, Table 1, Table 2, etc. Just look at the preview and select the data table that you are looking forward to have it in your dataset. Now let's say I want to go with this particular one. You can just click on Load, or if you have some transformation to be done, let's say you wanted to categorize this based on name, like first name, last name, or if you wanted to make sure to do some calculations or find out the rate of the product or anything as such, mathematical calculation or data transformation that you want to do, you can go with the option which says data transformation. Or if you're feeling happy with the data that's currently on your data set, then you can just click on Load. Now I'll go with Load for time being. and it'll run some queries and your data will be loaded. And also, just in case if you wanted to know if this particular data set is really dynamic or not, let's say somebody does some update on the particular website. Since this is a stock trading website, maybe there are updates based on per day or based on weekly, right? And someone adds some new data onto the website, and again, you cannot carry out the same operation, right? In such scenarios, you just go to this option which says refresh all, and you can refresh the data, and automatically the new entries will be added to the same table. You can also see some of the queries running. Right now it is quick, so you can see that. You can see an option that says query is running in the bottom section of the Excel spreadsheet. Let's look at it once again while I press the refresh button. Running query background. That's how it runs, and you have the updated data table on your Excel spreadsheet.
Imagine combining the simplicity of Excel with the power of Python. Sounds exciting, right? You must be wondering if it requires a lot of coding. What if I tell you that with almost negligible coding, with Python in Excel lets you perform the advanced data analysis? You don't need to be a coder or a developer to use it. With Python in Excel, you can analyze large datasets, create stunning visualizations with libraries like Matplotlib, and even automate tasks like report generation, all within Excel's familiar interface. It's a game changer for anyone looking to work smarter and faster with data, no matter their coding experience. In this video, I'll show you some amazing things you can do with Python in Excel. From creating data frames to filtering data with the simple queries, it's packed with features that make your work easier. But before we dive in, let's take a quick look at what Python in Excel is all about. Python in Excel is a feature in Microsoft Excel that integrates Python directly into the Excel environment, allowing users to write Python code and execute it within Excel sheets. This integration combines Python's powerful data analysis, visualization, and automation capabilities with Excel's familiar interface. Now that we know what Python is in Excel, let's explore how we can use it. So, I am inside Excel and you must be looking for Python over here. So, basically, you can go to this formula section and see Insert Python option available over here. You can get started just by clicking on the icon, or you can just click one cell and you can write equal to py and then press tab. Now, the Python mode is activated. So, as we are working with data, the first step is to send the data to that Python because it needs to see it so that it can actually work with it. To do that, you need to select the whole data set. For that, I'll select this, and now you can see over this section that it is written the data range, I mean the cells range, and headers is equal to true, as we have headers over here. Now press enter. Now you can see that it didn't happen anything, only it went to the next line. For me to run this, we need to press Ctrl plus enter. Ctrl plus enter. And see what we got. We got a data frame over here. If not aware, data frame is a two-dimensional tabular data structure in Python provided by the Pandas library. It is similar to an Excel spreadsheet or an SQL table consisting of the rows and the columns. Now, take a look at beside the formula button. Here, this is actually the Python object, and even we have a drop down over here. So it is written Python output, and we have a Python object that is the present form and the Excel value. Now I can switch to this Excel value and will get my whole data available over here. This is basically dates. So we have imported this data set over here. Now, as it is taking too much space, I can go back to the Python object and make it compact. Now, if you're interested in knowing what's inside this data frame, you particularly click on this image and there will be a visualization appearing for you. The first 5 sets over here and the last 5 data sets over here. It is basically the beginning and the last part of the whole data set. This data frame is a fundamental part of a specific Python library that's called the Pandas. Pandas is like your go-to toolkit in Python for working with data. It makes the handling tables like spreadsheets or databases like this super easy with its data frame structure. So whether you're cleaning the messy data or analyzing trends or merging data sets, Pandas has covered everything. Plus, it works great with the libraries like NumPy and Matplotlib, so you can explore and visualize data effortlessly. So better you can go and research about it. I will talk about this later. But guys, now I'll tell you what all cool things you can do with this. Now, I'll go to another cell, then switch to Python mode, py and tab, and then take the reference of this previous data frame, and I'll write dot describe, open and close parenthesis, and then control plus enter. See, I got another data frame back. So as I got a new data frame, I'll switch to this Excel mode value, and let's see. It's a date. So we have some information. So the total count of quantity we have is 20, their mean is 23.7, and the sales mean is also 1687.6. Minimum is this, and everything we have got. Now we'll move to Python object. It basically gives a quick insight of the data set. Now, it must be planning to perform various calculations using this data set. So it's better we give it a name so that you don't have to reference to the cell again and again. For that, you need to go and select the first data frame and then write in the formula bar here. Just type the name given to it. I will give it as DF, which represents the data frame before everything, and then you can press Control Enter. So I have already defined the name to this. So every time I don't need to take a reference of this data frame. Now basically we can now go and write df.describe. Control Enter. Now nothing has changed. Now let's talk about the shortcut keys like the quotations. Now suppose if I go to this Excel value and I want my product details over here, so for that I would go here, df.product.describe, and Control Enter. Now you can see that the total product count is 20, the unique products we have is 8, and the top selling product is headphones, and the frequency of that headphones are 5. Now keep one thing on mind, that now my value for this header is just product. If I would be having like product details, like having spaces and everything, I can't write product over here. I need that third bracket on and third bracket off. So keep that in mind. Unless you don't have a space in your header name, you can type like this. You can write df.product.describe. Now there are lots of functionalities in Python. I repeat, now there are various functionalities in the Pandas library. Some of them that all are familiar with is a sum and average. So let's suppose I want the total sales over here. So I'll shift to this Python mode and I'll write df.sales.sum and open and close parenthesis. Then I press Control Enter for running it, and you can see the total sales has come. In a similar way, you can even get the average. You just have to replace this sum method with mean and then Control plus Enter. And now you can see the average value of the sales. So you must be thinking right now that this can be done with Excel functions as well. So why do we need Python? Don't worry, I have got you covered. So let's take this tutorial a little forward. Let's think we want the total sales for each date available over here. Then for this I'll switch to a different cell and I will activate this Python mode and then type df, that is this data frame initially we have, dot group by, this is a function in Excel, then open parenthesis and we'll write date, then close parenthesis, dot sales dot sum, just like the previous one we made. And then control plus enter, and I want an Excel view of this whole series. So let's see. This may be loading and you can see the date over here and the corresponding sales. It works so wonderfully that you can do data filtering and data analysis in just a few seconds. So now I want everything on a monthly basis. So for that I'll get inside this group by and I'll write pd dot grouper, first bracket on, and we'll write key equal to date, comma, frequency equal to m, and close parenthesis and control enter. So it has basically given C for February, for March, for April, May, and in this way you can get the whole monthly wise sales. Now I want to give this a name as chart. Type as, and I will press enter. Now I will write chart dot plot x equal to date, comma, y equal to sales, comma, kind equal to line, and I will close this parenthesis. Now press Ctrl Enter and you will get a very little chart over here. Have to wait for some time and you can see a great thing, very interesting one over here. Now I'll show something more cooler than this. So I'll select one cell over here. Now I will select something over here equal to Python and tab, and then I'm using pd.melt, start the first parenthesis, df, that is the first data frame, comma, id, verse, that is equal to date, comma, product, close the third bracket, then comma, value, verse, equal to, third bracket open, quantity, comma, sales, and control enter. And we'll see something amazing. We'll go to this Excel view. And we can see the date product variable, and we have actually merged the quantity and the sales, and this is basically the date. So with this you can do very amazing things in Excel using Python. Today I am here to show you how you can start earning extra money with Excel even alongside your 9 to 5 job. With just an hour a day, you can create a steady second income. Stay tuned as I walk you through a step-by-step guide to turning your Excel skills into a profitable side hustle. Imagine turning your Excel skills into a steady source of extra income. In today's world, where costs are always going up, having a second income is not just nice, it's a smart move. With just your Excel knowledge, you could earn up to 30,000 or more every month, helping you manage expenses and chase your dreams. You don't need to be a pro to start. Beginners can join in too. Whether you are freelancing, analyzing data, or creating custom Excel solutions, the possibilities are endless. With practice and consistency, you can grow your income while building your skills. Don't let your Excel knowledge go to waste. Use it to create a flexible, financially secure future. Excel is not just a tool, it's your key to success and freedom. Let's get started and make your skills work for you. Suppose I have a data set like this, and just imagine you have received this from the client's end. So the work will basically be on data analysis, and you can have 500 rows or you can even have 5,000 rows and even have more than that or even less than that. So don't worry, it won't be a manual work for sure. With the help of AI, that is the artificial intelligence, we can analyze data in Excel in just a short time. Now you must be feeling how much they are earning by performing the data analysis in Excel. So I have opened here Fiverr. If not aware, it is one of the top freelancing platforms that is available. And here you will find the various gigs out there when you search for this Excel data analysis. Now if you look nicely, you will see people charging 2,695 and even much more than that, and sometimes even less. Now if I open something like this, that is a top rated one, you will see an overview. See, this is the basic they are charging for 2,695, and here I will do Excel dashboard development and Excel data analysis. So if you see minutely, you will even have this comments over here they have got from their clients, and even they have their overview, what they're doing and what he is building, like we build templates of and everything. This is a standard one. He is charging for 8,984 for the 3-day delivery and 9 revisions he has done. And premium is much more. You can even imagine that is 22,458. So in a nutshell, on an average, if you see this whole one, you will find that you can earn 1,615 just an hour with your Excel skills. Now, if you open one of the ranking freelancer, any of this, you will get an overview. Now, I will cross this and I will go back to this data set. Now we have columns like cities, population on males, population on person, females, literacy rate females, and everything, and so on. So just assume that the client's requirement was give me the top 5 city by the average literacy rate females as a pie chart, and he will pay you a certain amount for that. So the basic part is the client may be unaware of how to do it, or maybe having lack of time to do the data analysis in Excel. So what you have to do is you have to select this whole data set. You have to select this whole data set. It will take time as it is so much long. And go on the top right side of this Excel and you will find Analyze Data under this Home tab. So you click on this Analyze Data and it will take some time for processing. After clicking it, it will process the data. No human interference is required. It has automatically discovered some data insights, as you can see. It has even made this bar graphs and somehow plotted this, and even you can get this insights. Now simply what we need to do is we need to pay attention to what my client requires, and simply we need to type that requirement over here in the ask a question about your data. And the question was give me a top 5 city by average literacy rate females as a pie chart. So I will type this question over here. So I will type over here the question, give me a top 5 city by average literacy rate females as pie chart and enter and see I have got one. So automatically it will generate a pie chart according to the requirement given over here, and all we need to do is to click on this insert pivot chart over here so that it will be inserted in a new worksheet, sheet 2. So this is basically nice because you will even getting the 5 cities that are having the greatest literacy rate of the females, and you can earn up to 33,000 with just minimum skill set in Excel. With just basic Excel knowledge, you can kickstart a second income stream. While your initial earnings might be modest, consistent effort and practice will soon help you scale up to 30,000 or more per month. As you gain experience, your skill will command higher pay as a freelancer. So I have a pro tip for you. Start with the competitive rates as a beginner in the freelancing market. With time and persistence, you will position yourself as a top earning freelancer. The journey is worth it. Your Excel skills can truly transform your financial future.
So guys, that's a wrap on a full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.